Oh, hi there. It is Friday. Welcome to the channel. And I am going to be playing some fast 10-second byoyomi games on Shogi Wars, as is the tradition. And one thing I noticed when I joined or when I opened up Shogi Wars is that there was an info notice about the upcoming Shogi Wars Kishin tournament in Europe. Boy, it's hard to believe it's been another year. This, it feels, the time flies. It feels like this was almost yesterday. But then again, it almost feels like the 2025 US Shogi Championship was just yesterday. And that's coming up in 2 months. So kind of crazy. But I will say, another year, another Shogi Wars Kishin tournament in Europe, another where America is completely ignored. So, it is what it is. I assume whenever there's something like this, whenever there's an event like this, that usually means there's some champion for it. There's someone calling for it. There's someone doing the work, maybe hidden behind the scenes. And maybe in this case, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this name. Maybe it's that Frank Rovkamp in Germany, I think, who is the FISA guy. Maybe he's working with them. Maybe he made the connections a while back, and this just kind of keeps running of its own volition. I don't know, but someone must have done something to make this a thing, a continued thing. And this is now 3 years running that I've been paying attention to this, I think, and there's nothing in the United States. Hey, flying parrots, good to see you. So looking in here, yeah, so this is the 12th Shogi Wars Kishin tournament in Europe. 12 of these. So there have been, that's hard to believe. So someone must have done the work. 12 of these tournaments, 0 of these tournaments for the United States. So this is an annual event, and it seems to do pretty well. But let's see. This is the 12th Shogi Wars Kishin tournament in Europe. The 12th Shogi Wars Kishin tournament will be played online for 3 qualification rounds. Oh, interesting. Has it always been that way? I don't recall. I thought there was basically 2 rounds. There was the one big event, and then the final, which is in person, of the top 8. So I could be wrong, but anyway, be played online for 3 qualification rounds, and in Paderborn, Germany, for the final round. Okay, so it's 3 online rounds. I really thought it was just 1 online round in the past. It was like one big sort of arena event of 3-minute games. All participants will be rewarded a digital Shogi Wars item. That's cool. Attractive prizes await the winners. So it's February 22nd, April 26th, and June 21st. Wow. And then the European Shogi Championship apparently will be held in early August. So the qualification tournaments, eligible to all residents of European countries, of course. And then 10 minutes per player. Ooh, 10 minutes. That seems new. It was 3 minutes, I think, in the past. So 10 minutes per player. No byoyomi, of course. No, I say of course because it's Shogi Wars, but no limit in the number of games. No need for premium, which is nice. No use of Kishin, of course. And then 8 players will qualify for the finals. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, so the winner, okay, here's how is it going to work with multiple rounds. The winner of each qualification tournament will be there. In case one player wins 2 or all 3 tournaments, the runner-up of the second or third will qualify. So that's 3 players. 5 players with the most winning points in their best 2 qualification tournaments. Ah, okay. So you're to allow someone to miss one of the tournaments. It'll be your point total. The remaining 5, so after the 3 winners of the event, the remaining players will be the top 5 in points from their 2 best tournament performances. And then among those 5, only 1 may have Japanese citizenship. So that's interesting. So if the 3 winners are Japanese, And we could have 4 Japanese citizens if I'm reading this right. So you'd have Japanese citizens winning the events, as I think they have in the past. I think all the past winners have been Japanese citizens. In the past 2 that I've watched. And then of the 5 remaining, 1 can be Japanese. Interesting. So they may make a game time decision to change that. Like if the 3 winners are all Japanese, they may. I'm gonna guess they may make a change. Like they'll have an unstated rule in here that they will cite. But anyway, great stuff. And if you're in Europe, take advantage of this. Even if you have no chance of winning, just play. Just play. 10-minute games. 10-minute games in a nice fun arena, and you get a Shogi Wars item. Play. All right, definitely. Gosh, yeah, that's nice. It'd be so cool to have more Shogi Wars events, arenas. You know, I've tried to contact them a couple times. Jack-o'-lantern has tried on my behalf, and nothing has happened. So, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you going to do? Oops, I almost spilled my Ito N green tea. Unsponsored. So let's play. Actually, one thing I wanted to do, I wanted to set the player type to I wanted to change my settings. I wanted to change my avatar. I wanted to change the skill level to just whoever. It's set to a bit strong now. I'm going to set to whoever and see how that goes. So we're setting that to whoever, and I clicked it. I swear I clicked it. And now we've got, this isn't showing up. Oh yes, it is showing up on stream. So this annoying marquee, this banner about this tournament in Europe is going to be running for months. Even though I cannot enter this tournament, during a game, I'm going to see that banner bothering me for months now until this European tournament is done. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that I am not in Europe and they're still advertising it to me, and there's no way to just stop that banner. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. So anyway, let's go back. Let's change the avatar back to Wadahana. You know, my main 2018 United States Shogi champion. Where is Wadahana? There she is. And so we're there. Okay, so Wadahana is my avatar, 2018 United States Shogi champion. Hey, Koshiro, good to see you. Wadahana, 2018 United States Shogi champion, is my avatar. Odaka Sakiko is my voice. And, hey, Melkor, good to see you. You missed all my talking about Europe. Yeah, I'm a bit jealous. I am definitely a bit jealous. This looks like it's going to be an awesome event. 3 qualification rounds. Oh, you were just quiet. Okay. I'd be excited about it, but I know that you have your thoughts on Shogi Wars. Okay, so there's that. I've changed my skill from a bit strong to whoever. I've changed my avatar to Wadahana, 2018 United States Shogi champion. And I have, my voice is still set to Odaka Sakiko. Let's do it. Game start. 10 seconds. It's not a great start to the stream. Not a great start to the stream. The Shogi Wars bug continues to live on. You wouldn't be jealous. You'd be more jealous of the Rico Cup thingy. I don't care, but the Rico Cup thingy is irrelevant to me, right? Like that's one, it's not on Shogi Wars, and 2, what am I gonna do in Rico? What? There's like zero chance. What's the prize of Rico Cup? Like, I mean, what's the like? There's no. That's like me saying I should be. I shouldn't. That's like me saying I should be jealous of people competing in the Majin League. It's like I have no hope to win anything there. Why? Is there is there a web page for that Rico Cup thing? I don't know too much about it. So I could actually be wrong. I don't know. If you use an autocomplete on an emoji, it sends it as just the characters. But if you don't, it converts it. Weird. That is weird. I didn't know that you could enter emojis with autocomplete. That's interesting. I'm gonna try. That didn't work. I don't know how to make an emoji then. I'm just doing the. I'm trying to do the semicolon in order to do the. Wait. Also, it's more so me getting the chance to participate in the Majin Send. Yeah, like, I'm not sure I understand the wording of this. Like, the only reason I would participate in an online... I would participate in an online Majin Send tournament just so I could stream it. But, like, the tournament itself would be kind of... Hey, Super Gauriak, I have exemplary heart rate. What is my heart rate right now? It's at 90? Oh, just wait. Just wait until I'm trying to make a mate. Last time I think I hit my peak of like 145 or so. All right, let's do this. Hopefully Shogi Wars. Okay, so Shogi Wars didn't break. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Kyo kyo. 嬉野流. This is 10-second games. There is no rush. There is no rush to make moves. Yeah, so professionals mean nothing to me. So that's professionals mean absolutely nothing to me in Shogi. It's a quirk of being me, I guess. You know, the professional game, they don't even try to earn me as a spectator. They don't try to interest me as a spectator. They don't care about me as an English speaker. So I have so little interest in the pro game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I think I missed something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll take that pawn. I'll take that pawn.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3。
All right, so he's going to do his sort of bogeying-ish thing.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Little misclick. Got to be careful with my timings.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Interesting spot. I don't get many positions like this. That's for sure.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Fascinating.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4、5。
So this is good because this take with the bishop is coming with check, and so when I come back, I'll be hitting the rook, and I'll be able to get my.
1、2。
Oh boy.
2、3、4、5、6。
So what do I do? Do I promote my rook?
1、
Whoa.
2、3。
Here comes the resign. If it's going to come, it's coming now.
1、
Not.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、
Wow.
2、3。
So I now can drop my gold over. Whoa.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4。
Need to be careful.
1、2。1、 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Does he have mate?
1、2、
Shit, he does. He does.
5、6、7、8、9。
Ah, fuck, for fuck's sake. All right.
すべては
That's
より
terrible.
良き
It's
共有
terrible.
のため
It's
に。
terrible. All right. One more game like that and I'm leaving. One more game like that and I'm not playing anymore. I'll play somewhere else. Hey Olive Mycon, let's play again. So if I can't win any games, if I can't win shogi games that are like over,
あなたが後手です。
I'm just gonna stop. I'm just
対局
gonna stop.
開始。
I'll play somewhere else. Just say that I don't have it
It's-
and move on. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting. Like, why does my brain turn off?
It's-
Why does my brain turn off?
1、
It's like it's terrible. It's just terrible. It's just disturbing.
Some-
It's disturbing.
1、 1、2、1、1、2、3、1、2、3、4、5、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、
Wow.
7、8、9。1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、
This is a creative one here. I think I must have missed something.
1、 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I didn't have enough time. I wanted to come up here.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、
Fair enough.
3、4、5。1、2、3。
Where's his attack? Where's his attack?
1、2、
Yeah.
3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。時間切れ。
Good game. I'll give that a like. I'll give that game a like.
Loss.
Nice game.
Current streak is
That
2
one I want to
losses.
check out because that one was kind of cool. That one was kind of cool. Yeah, unlike the other game, which was just a joke that he should have resigned in. Okay, so
任せろ。
6四歩。後手優勢です。
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Move orders. Move orders. Huh. Interesting. Then I take with this. Do I take with the bishop? Or do I... Do I drop the silver here? Ah, I like that. I like that. Okay. All right. Let's go. This is when I decided this morning that I was going to switch to whoever, this was the first thing that came to my mind. It's like, oh, if I switch to whoever, then they're going to give me these players that are unknown rating. They're on a new account, and it really made me think that I should not do it. I hate playing these games. I hate playing these games on Shogi Wars. This is my major criticism of their matchmaking system. I don't like this.
1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 3 4 5
Do I take first?
6 7 8 9 1 1 2
Be annoying.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Be annoying.
1 2
The horse is the most annoying piece in Shogi.
3 4
Clearly he's not resigning.
6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6
Shogi is a game about capturing the rook.
1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、
That's fair.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、1、
Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
So I've screwed this up too. I've screwed this one up too.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。時間
I
切れ。
misclicked. I freaking my finger fell off the mouse button. My finger fell off the mouse button.
Loss. Current streak is 3 losses.
All right, I'm out. I'm out of Shogi Wars. I'm out of Shogi Wars for today. That's 3 games. That's 3 games that I should have won. Three games. 2 of those games were completely resignable by the opponent, like disgustingly resignable by the opponent. And the 3rd game, I just had a good advantage. The second game, I just had a good advantage. All right, we're out of Shogi Wars. I'm going to play on 81 Dojo. I'm going to play on 81 Dojo. Or I'm just going to quit Shogi. I'm so done. I think I'm just so done. I'm so done. I stick a fork in me. I'm done. I'm so tired of that. I am so tired of that. Hey, I dream of Shogi and VMD Ayaka, Emperor Rex, good day. I'm just so tired of it. Oh, look at this. This is not working. The heart rate monitor. Oh, so my my heart rate monitor on 81 Dojo. So I need to fix this because I had to rearrange when Hidechi changed the layout. So this is it. I need to do this. Sources. Undo this. Let's get this up. Is that, I can't tell. That, Oops, that is not it. That's not it either. I'm sorry. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell on this screen because those bars. Sorry for being an old man here and struggling to see. Okay. Is that no? That's still too close to the thing. Sorry. All right. Oops. I'm delayed. I'm delayed on my YouTube, so it's hard to tell. I need to do this more slowly. Okay. Okay, I think that's okay. I think that's okay. I think. Oh, and I missed it. I missed a challenge, unfortunately. Who is Fugasuki? Shodan? That's a Shodan in normal. So I wonder how many people play on 81 Dojo 10-second rated games. I still don't have a rating in 10-second. I have not yet. I've played a lot of 10-second games on 81 Dojo. I have not played a rated 10-second game on 81 Dojo. My hand is cold. Yeah. So we talked about this yesterday, the inability to focus in games. Maybe I'm just done. Maybe I'm just done with shogi. Like maybe that's it. Maybe I've hit the point now where I achieved my goals. And so Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I've achieved my goal, so now I can no longer play. Like I can no longer play like reasonable shogi. Like there's no motivation factor anymore. I just don't know. I certainly think about like what is the future here? Like what's the end state? And just constantly playing games and crushing people but losing. That's just not fun. And there's got to be a way that I can deal with this clearly because everyone goes through these kinds of things. But maybe, I just don't know. It's just very strange. It's just very strange. Not sure.
12345678910111213141516171819
I think silver was an idea.
123456789
So now he drops a silver back. Or he pulls his bishop out.
123456789
Oh, this is interesting. Does he take? Yeah.
123456789 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、
So can I drop a lance here?
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
That's not good. That's not good.
1、
It's not good.
2、3、4、5、6、
I should have dropped the pawn. I should have dropped the pawn.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
I think I have to do that. Otherwise, the knight drop is going to be too good.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、
Wow.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、
Oh, it's got a lance. He's got a lance.
4、
Yeah, so I take the gold.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
Son of a gun. Son of a gun.
2、1、2、3、4、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、
Interesting.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、1、2、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、
Okay, do I have mate?
3、4、5、6、7、1、2、3、1、2、
Wow.
3、4、5、
Oh, nice.
7、8、9、
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, nice mate. Nice mate. Ooh.
2、3、
Where's the resign button? I don't know where the resign button is anymore.
7、8、
Okay. Good game. GG. 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 Let's play again. GG. Hey, I forgot. Nice to see you. Hey, Hokoshiro. Mako, nice to see you all. Maybe try new openings. Nah, not for me. The way for me to start the way for me to get back on track is not to play stuff I don't know so that I get just absolutely crushed. Ion Gray is only 4 down. I need one. Yeah, he seems to have lost some. He seems to have lost some, but like I think he tries a lot of things. All right. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
3、4、
How's my scene? It's okay.
7、1、2、3、4、5、1、1、2、3、1、1、2、1、2、3、4、
I'll play here.
1、
This could be okay.
1、
Yeah.
2、3、
I'm still getting.
4、5、
I'll move my bishop. We still don't know what he's gonna do. We still don't quite know what he's gonna do.
1、2、1、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、1、
All right.
1、1、2、3、4、5、1、
Interesting.
3、4、1、2、1、2、3、4、1、2、1、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、
That doesn't feel right. That doesn't.
1、
Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、2、3、4、
I could fork.
6、7、
That's not worth it, though. That's not worth it.
1、
I still can fork.
4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
This doesn't come with check. This is a bad move. It's a bad move. It's a bad move.
1、2、
It's a bad move.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
I think it's a bad move.
1、2、3、4、5、6、
Well,
7、8、9、
but I have pulled the gold forward,
3、
so I think it's actually a good move. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, we'll take it again.
1、2、3、
That's a common. I see that a lot. They don't take it, then they drop the pawn, and then I just take the pawn.
9、
You know, clearly I want to trade this.
2、3、4、5、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、
He still has a pawn.
7、8、9、
All right.
1、2、1、2、1、2、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、1、2、3、4、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
4、5、6、7、8、9。
Drop a knight. Ah, good game. Good game. Darn. Okay, I just said GG darn before he left. Okay. Hey, Tortupi. Good to see you. I wonder if that's also the thing, Melkor. Yeah, speaking of Ion Gray. Yeah, is it that he's experimenting and just maybe running on a bad luck streak, or is it that Shogi Club 24 has invaded the top ranks and is creating that deflation? Like, I mean, we've talked about the likelihood of rank deflation on 81 Dojo after the Shogi Club 24. Am I watching Speed Chess Finals tomorrow? I must confess, I have not been following along with Speed Chess, and it's one of my favorite tournaments. But I'm glad you mentioned it, so I probably will. If I can, I probably will. I have to record a podcast. You know, there's a podcast I'll be recording tomorrow, and so you know, if the podcast recording does not conflict with the speed chess, I'll definitely be watching. Who's playing? Actually, I'm not going to say definitely. It depends who's playing. Oh, it's not just the finals. Oh, I will absolutely be watching. Yeah, if Magnus, Hikaru, Ferrugia, and Lazovic are playing, I'll definitely be watching if I can. Absolutely. That's like almost can't miss. Like if you're gonna make a dream speed chess, like if those were the only 4 players. If you were going to make a speed chess tournament, like a dream semifinal, that might be it. And I say that including Lazovic. So that might be. I think the odd man out in that event is Ferrugia. Personally, like I think the odd man out in terms of who you would want to see in the top 4 of that event is Ferrugia. You know, maybe in 2024, Ferrugia would be right in there. But, yeah, anyway. I mean, I'd want to see Naroditsky. But I think that's... If it's those 4, that's must watch. Let me add this to a study. 81 Dojo. I have an 81 Dojo 10 seconds. So there's an 81 Dojo... And I didn't get that. I didn't get the previous game. Let me copy that previous game in. How do I exit? I'm going to copy this one as well. These button changes that he made did not go over well in the web system. I'm guessing all this stuff looks great in Japanese. It's somewhat shocking to me that Hidechi has localized his changes so poorly. Maybe he really is only paying attention to the Japanese now. Maybe he realized that it's a path to nowhere to cater to people, you know, outside Japan. Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, so I was 10-second game. Look at this. 10-second game sub 90 Senopon loss. I'll take it. Yeah. I felt good in that. I felt like that was this is about what I would have expected. This is about what I would have expected eval wise. I thought I had the best of it, but it was still a very close game. And I'll move this up there just because of the order. Personally, oh, so Melkor, you didn't notice a rating deflation. Like, my games haven't become more difficult. Well, but you're not playing, though, right? You're not really playing. Like, you're only playing in your bubble of European players if you are playing, right? Like, when I see Ion Gray playing, he's playing names that I've never seen before. He's playing, Japanese players whose names I've never seen before. High-rated players that I've never seen before. I don't think Ion Gray gives a poop about his rating. It feels to me like he gives zero thought to his rating. Maybe he just does a good job of making that impression, because I've talked to him like on the side about ratings. Same thing about Noah. I think he cares zero about his rating on 81 Dojo. And that's one of the really the things that I really admire about some of these top players is that they just don't care about their rating. And their online, well, any rating, because there is no real rating outside of online. So like they just don't care about their rating. And they could still maintain intensity. So that's my thing, is that, like I was talking about at length yesterday, I can stop caring about rating, but then my intensity goes way down. And I think that's the plateau or the pit that I'm in right now, is that I effectively don't care too much about my rating because I've already hit my goal. And without that goal, I've run out of motivation. So I lose that intensity. Hey, Mr. 10x54. You think, Gilmar, you say no way, Ferrugia destroyed Hikaru last time. That's true. That's true. It feels like it's hit or miss. We'll see. We'll see. Yojinobori, hello. Nice to see you. Koshiro, I'm trying to set a new goal. I just can't take it seriously. Like, what is my goal? My goal is, the only goal I can even realistically try to care about is Shogi Wars 10 second, getting that to Shodan. But like, I stream these games, and the intensity is just not there. It's just not there. And the thing is, I'm not allowing myself to play 10-second games off stream, because I want people to, like, if I'm going to rank up in 10-second games, I want people to see that full path. Not that I've probably played like 1% of my games of 10 outside of streaming, like 1% of my games have been played offline. But some of my games were offline in the 10-minute journey, and in my 3-minute rank up to 1Q, even though I recorded a lot of them, or all of them. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to take a break from Shogi. I think if I take breaks from things, I won't come back. So that's the thing. Like, if I am disliking something so much that I have to take a break from it, I'm probably not coming back. My problem isn't that I'm not liking the games, especially the over the board games. I really enjoy it. My problem is that it seems to be that I just don't have the killer instinct anymore. I can't win games. I can't keep going. I'm playing these games. my mind starts wandering. I stop, because I don't, it's weird. I don't care about the result until I lose a winning game. And then I'm mad at myself. So it's like, I'm not feeling any of the joy from the wins. And I'm only feeling the annoyance at not finishing my wins, if that makes sense. So it's a really weird situation. Hey, Sharplefter. This is Iron Great. Killer instinct is a myth. I mean, I'll take your word for it. Well, because we were actually just talking about you. And I was talking about how admiring how both you and Noah, in my impression, based on talking to you two, you both seem not to care the slightest about your online rating. And I really admire that, especially because you maintain intensity in your games despite seemingly not caring about rating. And one of the things that I've noticed about myself, sorry to repeat for anyone else, one of the things I've noticed now is that now that I hit my goal of Showdown on Shogi Wars, and I'm sort of goalless, I'm not caring so much about my rating anymore. But that lack of care means I've lost an intensity gear. I've lost a gear. Like a bike gear or a car. Like I've lost a gear. So like I can't turn it up when I need to finish a game, or I can't turn it up when I'm up a rook and a gold and I've got a horse in their camp. I can't maintain the intensity to just like finish the freaking game once the opponent is it's obvious the opponent is not going to resign. So it's like I just can't get that intensity. You only care to the extent that if your rating is too low, strong players will start declining your challenges. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. The best solution to this problem is not to be up a rook. I mean, you joke? I assume that's a joke, but the games where I am not way ahead, those are the ones that I end up winning. Like if I'm going to win games, it's the games where we have a solid game until the end. So like in my first 3 games on Shogi Wars, the first game and the third game, I was up a minimum of a rook with a promoted major piece in their territory. And I couldn't focus. And in the other game, I was in a good position. I was up, but it wasn't like winning. Yeah, this aim to play a beautiful game, that's just not a thing for me. That's not a thing for me. I don't, we talk about, and I had that podcast episode about art versus sport versus competition. That whole beautiful game thing to me is just sort of nonsense, honestly. Like, shogi is about moves. It's about moves. There's not beauty as far as I'm concerned. It's about making the good moves. It's about making making good moves. And so like making a vague goal, that's not something that's going to work in my mind. Like I can't make myself believe that. Like if I was going to have a goal like that, it would have to be like, I'd have to make goals of like play under 100 Centipon loss kind of thing. Like I'd have to try to make artificial goals. What if making good moves is a beautiful thing? Yeah, that's the thing. Like I could try to use semantics to like argue with myself, but in the end, it's very difficult to fool yourself. In life, in shogi, in all sorts of things, it's very difficult to fool yourself. For me, anyway, and I think that's true for most people. Although many people seem to be living under full self-delusion. But I can't, if I believe something, I can try to like convince myself otherwise, but it's very difficult. Yeah, so it's tough. It's tough. What was the okay, so this game here. So this game for this first game on 81 Dojo here. Wow. So where were the mistakes? So I thought I was looking pretty good here. I thought I was looking pretty good. I was okay, it wasn't pretty good. It was fine. It was fine. If he takes, do I drop the pawn? What do I do? What? Ah, okay. Okay, I see that. It probably isn't good content, but you advise studying your own games without AI. Off stream, I do. Off stream, there's a mix. Off stream, I'll study I'll review a game that I was thinking about, and but the problem, like you said, for content, the problem with that approach, I sort of followed the John Bartholomew school of review first with your brain, and then sort of verify or look for tactics that you missed with the engine. And that's generally how I approach reviewing off stream. But on stream, me trying to find a move is just, I think it's just boring for people to watch, especially when people don't comment. So like when people are commenting or telling, giving me ideas, I think that is good. Like that seems to be more interesting for people. But if people aren't suggesting moves and it's just me sitting here thinking, I think that gets real boring. And it seems like people leave when I do that. So they must be thinking it's boring too. But yeah, like that's totally the John Bartholomew way, International Master John Bartholomew. Despite the fact that I don't really play chess, I love his teaching. I love watching his teaching. I love watching his speed runs. I forgot, you say that having someone close to your rating that you want to surpass helps a lot with motivation. Yeah, so that's another thing also, is that I have not played over the board. I have had a drought now over the board. I didn't play this weekend. Over the board. I wasn't able to go. This Sunday, I'm not going to be able to go because it's the Super Bowl It's being held in Santa Clara, California, which is on the route that I have to drive. So, my Sunday club, it's like an hour drive there. It's about an hour, 15 minutes drive back. But this Sunday for the Super Bowl, I'll have to drive through that Super Bowl stuff, and I want no part of that. So it's like I don't want to be on the road for 2 hours driving back home potentially through major delays, potentially through God knows what is going to be happening at the Super Bowl. So it's not that I want to watch the Super Bowl. It's I don't want to have to drive through the Super Bowl traffic. So I won't be playing this Sunday. And then the Sunday after is Valentine's Day weekend. And so I won't be able to go that. So it's going to be 3 weeks without sort of my over-the-board tethering to Shogi reality. And I think it's going to be tough. I think it's tough. And I've noticed, I've talked about this before, is that those Sundays when I play where I play Shogi at the club on Sundays, those are like, they recharge my batteries. Like those games recharge my Shogi batteries. So the longer I go without playing those games, I think the more the more effectively drained I am, and the worse I play online. And so I need to get that back. But it's going to be a 3 week. It's going to be 3 weeks that I'm going to miss playing over the board. Am I playing in the U.S. Shogi Championship? Probably not. Probably not. This year, all these tournaments, the price to enter and to travel and everything is so extreme that I think I have one traveling tournament in me, and that tournament is most likely going to be the Pan American tournament in Brazil. So that's, of all the tournaments to go to, they're all going to be a Pan American tournament in Brazil, United States Shogi Championship in New York, ESC, WOSC in Europe. Of the three of those, they're all expensive. And so I think the one that I would most like to go to would be the one in Brazil. It's a Pan American tournament in Brazil. So that's my plan. That's my plan. Yeah, Melkor, your biggest motivation is looking at pro games and in seeing and understanding. Yeah, for me, it's just not. Shogi's a game to me. I want to play it. I don't care. I don't necessarily care what the pros are doing, especially since the pros don't play the openings that I play. The pros don't play Nakabisha. Satomi did, but like those games don't look like anything like my games. And obviously, it's a rare day that someone plays Urashino Ryu or Torizashi or Murata system. So like I don't care so much about the games. And like I said, the fact that they don't want me as a viewer does impact me. It's like, they do not want me as a viewer. So why would I want to be a viewer of theirs? Like I have my own sense of pride here. It's like, I won't just be like, it's just not interesting to me. It's just not interesting to me. But that's a personal hang up with the pro game. They won't even do the barest of minimums to try to make Shogi interesting. From a like a Western viewer perspective. So it's very hard for me to support that or to care about it, for example. I'm not going to care about a game that takes 2 days. I'm just not. I'm not gonna care about a game that takes 9 hours and a lunch break and some other breaks. I'm just not. At this point in my life, there are more important things to do for me. So the pro game it's just not it for me. From the engine, you just see it as the game was linear. There's one. See, I don't see. So when I use the engine, I don't see that at all. So what the engine shows me when I'm reviewing with the engine, when I'm playing with openings and trying to build opening repertoires with the engine, what I see from the engine is how vast the game is and how many options there are when I'm playing, and how individual options, how individual moves don't matter so much. What matters is the ideas and the plans. And I personally, whether it's helpful or not, I feel that the engine makes the game more beautiful. I think it makes it more beautiful. It shows how open the game is. And I think, I've heard sort of that same thing talked about in chess circles as well, where, the engines have basically shown that everything is playable. And that has in some way opened up creativity. Or it's opened up variability. I think to me it feels like shogi pros are still very much in the old days, where they don't vary their game so much. But again, I don't watch enough pro games to really comment. I just know from the title games that I watch or that I see people reviewing, it's like this is the same old game I've seen a million times. And shogi players seem very unwilling to try new things. Like if the engine says that some weirdo, if the engine says Urshin or Ryu or Nakabisha or Mukai Bisha are like 100 or whatever, Urshin or Ryu obviously better than is going to be better than Furibisha, but like a human's not going to be able to I don't care how good the human is. The human is a human's going to be fine. I mean, I don't know. No, so I don't watch any more Fuji versus Nagase because you don't make videos about them, I Dream of Shogi. You've got to make more videos. You were literally the last strand holding me to any care about the pro game. Your videos were literally the only strand tying me to those games. Because I used to watch a bit, despite the fact that they take too long. I didn't really care about the personalities or the results, and I didn't play the openings. I used to sort of kind of watch just to see, like, does this help me? Playing these moves over the board, like when I'd watch and I'd put them on the board, is this helping me to learn? But your videos made them more interesting to me. And once those videos stopped, now it's like, now I have nothing tying me there. You can say that, Melkor. So you can say it's naive. I think yours is naive. I think your approach is naive. And, I don't think that that's an insult. I think your approach is also naive. I think effectively, you're barely better than I am at shogi. Effectively, you're barely better. Like, the difference between 2 Dan 81 Dojo and 5 Dan 81 Dojo, I don't think that's enough to make, like, ideas. I don't think that's enough to be, like, completely discounted one way or the other. It's still very much an amateur level. It's still very much on the amateur level. And so, like, does making someone better at the game mean their game theory ideas are better? No, of course not. Like, of course not. Does it mean that someone being able to win more games in a 7-game series, does that mean that their subjective ideas are more correct than the other person's subjective ideas? I don't think so. I think there's a possibility of people being blinded by things the better they get, or the more regimented their thinking gets. I think that's true. I mean, I don't want to go overboard on that. You know, obviously, I'd be looking to take the opinions of people who are stronger players. But the idea that a stronger player, especially a younger player, the idea that a stronger player who is also younger understands about improvement, I think that is not necessarily survivor bias, but I think that's incorrect thinking, because a lot of players don't actually know why they're good. A lot of players, especially young players, they don't know. And this is, I think this is universal. Nobody truly knows what makes one person good or better than another player. You know, you can look at, oh, well, I followed this teacher, or I followed this plan, or I did 700 Sume Shogi problems and I didn't spend time on openings, or I did this and I didn't do that. You know, that's essentially anecdotal evidence. And you could argue that teachers would have good insight into what generally makes people better. Like, you know, a chess teacher or a shogi teacher would say, generally speaking, I am going to have my students do tsume, because generally speaking, my students who do more tsume end up achieving a higher rating. You could say that, but you still don't know. You don't know. No one knows what makes people better at shogi or chess or any of these games. We have ideas and we see patterns in growth, but nobody knows. And on top of that, you know, what is more effective for one person may not have the same levels of efficacy for another person. And that's not even to mention age. You're bringing age into the discussion. So, you know, I think it's a very nuanced topic. And one of the things that I really appreciate from very strong players, is that a lot of the times they realize that they don't have the answers. And there are still many more answers to be had, and that many of these answers will never be known. You know, not to get too meta and too vague on it, but you know, there are a lot of ways to get better at these games, and we still don't know the ways. And that is something I think, listening to a bazillion chess podcasts, is that, and you know, I've been listening to these chess podcasts now for like the past 5 years, where I feel like, not that that's a long period of time, but I do get a sense of a shift in idea. And a lot of the times, the ideas would have been controversial in the past. Like, I see more and more people saying, you know what, studying with the engine is the only way to do it. And again, chess is not shogi, so I don't want to say that lessons learned from chess necessarily hold in shogi, because they are very different games. And the engines are in different spots in their development, and their utility. But I think people now are more often saying that engines are essential to getting better quickly. And if not essential, not damaging. So there's, you know, the problem with engines, I think mostly the problem with engines is that some people will turn off their brain when they're using an engine. They'll turn off their brain. But that's a problem. That's a problem even when reviewing pro games. Like, you always have, when you're studying shogi, if you hope to make gains, you have to be fully engaged, I feel. You have to be, and again, these are just my thoughts. You have to be fully engaged in the activity. So whether it's using an engine or whether it's playing out a pro game on over the board, you know, going over a pro Kifu and playing it on the board. if you're not doing that with full intensity, you're not going to get much out of it. So I think that is the pitfall for engines. But I feel, not to act like I'm this major sophisticate, or not to be like I'm this member of the Shogi intelligentsia, because clearly I am not. But I feel that my engine usage is incredibly nuanced compared to the way engine haters talk. Is that when I am using an engine, my brain is fully engaged. I am trying to understand the plans. I am looking at multiple variations, and I am looking at multiple variations of good moves, and I'm looking at multiple variations of bad moves. So a lot of times, when I am reviewing with the engine, these are long, painstaking sessions, and it's hard work. But the way I look at it, I'm not going to improve unless it is hard work. So I think that is why this whole idea that learning with an engine is bad. I think it's just utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. Because you could say the same thing about working with a teacher. Let's say I have a teacher, a teacher who's a professional 9-dan, and he's giving me ideas. Am I treating those ideas any differently than the engine? I still have to think about them. I still have to internalize them. He might be talking about plans, but like when I'm using an engine, I can see plans too. It's a little harder to tease out the motivations between some of these plans, and some moves, admittedly, that the engine will give are, even with a lot of review and looking at multiple variations stemming from that move, they are absolutely inscrutable for me. I'll admit that. But like, I think it's all very much, it's what you make of it, I think. Anyway, I have not read chat, so I have to read chat. I'm not even breathing as I'm speaking here, and I'm not drinking. Jota Roustar, hello, good to see you. You say, also very true, not many know why they are good. However, you have a sound idea of what makes you a good Go player. Your skill set is clear to you, at least partly. Rather, people are not willing to go through the trouble of finding out. That's true. I think that is true. I definitely think that's true. But I do think, like I said, for some people, age, especially being young, or people who are, say, professionals or strong players who got very good when they were young, I think they may not be able to appreciate what actually made them good, or they may not understand the learning process any better than anyone else. And I mean, you could probably argue that they would understand the learning process worse than most people, because they didn't have to actually go through it or think about it. They just did it as kids. They just did it and had fun and got good. Or they had a coach and they just got good. Not to discount them, of course. I mean, they're the gods of the game. And like, to be good, to be great, you probably have to, almost certainly you have to start young. But that doesn't mean that their ideas on what makes someone better, or it doesn't mean that their ideas on what it takes to be good hold water. Olive Micon, you say, your opinion is that if you don't have a teacher, the engine can help you a lot. You can basically learn Tetsuji thanks to the engine. Yeah. Well, and I would say that even if you do have a teacher, you still can learn from the engine. I am, maybe I'm too far on the other end, but I am not an engine hater. I just don't buy that argument. I think it makes no sense. And I think the chess world has shown, and maybe the Go world has shown, that like the idea you can't learn from an engine is like, it almost feels like the people proposing this are the people who don't want others. They're almost like gatekeeping. It's like, you got good potentially with the use of the engine, but you still want to convince everyone else that the engine is nonsense. The engine's bad. Don't learn with an engine. That's a waste of time. it almost feels like gatekeeping, or it feels like self-promotion potentially for teachers. And like I think the chess dojo people, they're the only chess teachers that I listen to that feel very much. I give Grandmaster, I can't, when I'm streaming I can barely think, I can't remember his name, Grandmaster Jesse Cry. I give him a pass because he is older, but like it feels to me like a lot of the things he argues are very much self-serving for his chess dojo and his, you know, his income. And I don't feel that way. I like what he says, but I don't feel that way about a lot of other chess coaches or teachers. So much of what he says to me, and maybe chess coach Andres Toth, or however that's pronounced, he also feels a little self-serving in his, if anyone's familiar. Heart rate rising. Got to be a bit wary. Uh-oh. Well, what is my heart rate? Is it 80s, 90? That 90s is nothing. 90s is nothing. When I'm going for mate, it's, in the 140s. Playing Blitz and Bullet looks way more dangerous than studying with Engine. That's another topic. Playing Blitz and Bullet. People in the Shogi world still feel like the old days of chess, where they say playing Blitz and Bullet are bad for you. Chess people don't seem to say that as much anymore. There's too much evidence that it's untrue. I think there's just, hey, Benjamin Shuit, hey, Origamo. It's just, there's too much evidence that it is flat out false that playing fast games is bad for you. There's too much evidence. As far as I'm concerned, there's too much evidence to even make that claim. You could still think it's a possibility, but for people to say Bullet and Blitz is bad for your development, I think that is so nonsensical that it's almost laughable at this point. We have so much evidence from chess that it's just not true. The thing is, a lot, just like with playing with an engine, or not playing with an engine, using an engine in your study, you've got to be mindful. You've got to be mindful when you're playing. And like when I'm playing 10-second games, especially in the past, I'm fully locked in. Yeah, I may lose some because my hand slips, like the game today where my hand slipped and I lost on time. It's, if you're fully engaged and you're thinking about your plans, I think it's a great resource. Not only just to drill in your openings, but also to sort of, I think it helps. You see more patterns. And if you're playing a game, just like now, just like this game, this first game on 81 Dojo, this 10-second game, I played a pattern. I haven't seen this before. I look in the review and I see, oh, okay, what are some of the ideas behind this? You learn. So it's not just mindlessly playing games. It's playing the games, internalizing what happened, potentially reviewing it, and maybe learning a lesson. Like if you play every game in a way that you want to learn a lesson from it. This is what I was trying to do a lot after the 2025 US Shogi Championship, where I was so impressed by the level of play of the players there. I wanted to say, every game I lose or win, come up with a takeaway. And you can do that for a fast game or a slow game. The difference is that with a fast game, you can do more of those. So I would actually argue, I think, I would not make this argument because I don't think I'm in a position to make this argument because I don't have enough experience and I don't have enough data, I don't have enough experience, and I quite frankly haven't thought about this enough to say. But I think an argument could be made that playing faster games is better than playing slower games. I think you could actually make that argument in 2026. And and not be unreasonable. Jota Roadstar, you say Blitz is for fun. Studying with engine can be really good if you have a goal. Well, Blitz is fun, but like I said, I think you can learn. You can learn from these games, but also something for me, and I think this may be reflected in the high growth rate of children, but this is speculation. The more fun you're having, in my experience, the more fun I'm having, the more I improve, the faster I improve, the more I want to do my Tsume Shogi problems, the more I want to continue to study. So the more fun I'm having in my games, the more fun I'm having studying, the more I am going to do it. And so if that stuff helps, it's going to help me more. If I believe that studying helps me to get better, or if I believe that doing Tsume Shogi helps me to get better, if I'm having fun, I'm going to be doing more of that, which means I'm going to be getting better. Kostra is saying that Furuta-san defends fast games. I mean, he's a god. He's a god of these fast games, and obviously he's an incredible player. He is another someone who started young, of course. He's a shogi god as far as I'm concerned. Either pro or not, he's a shogi god at the level of pros. Yeah, anyway, just one, you say, do you know why USA has only 2 teams in WSL this year? No. Is WSL decided? Are the WSL teams and leagues decided? Because the United States had like 6 teams last time, right? Olive Mike, and you say the whole game is more shallow. You're not even calculating at your full capacity because you only have 10 seconds. I don't agree with that. I do not think my 10-second games are much more shallow than my slow games. I think my end game is clearly much worse. Clearly much worse in 10-second games. I need more time to calculate end games. But I do not find like these 2 games that I played, these 2 games that I played here on 81 Dojo, I think were anything but shallow. I think these were very deep games that I played very well. And I don't think I would have played much better or any better with more time. Neither of them got to the end game, though. Neither of them got to the end game. The end game for me to try to win. The first one he did win. I thought I played very well in that game. I think he played tremendous shogi in this first game. The second game, we both played. Let me switch this scene. I think this will show. In the second game, we play in a 61 move game. We played with almost no mistakes. Engine mistakes, obviously engine mistakes. Take it, with a grain of salt. But I think this was a very deep game, and I am extremely happy with how I played it. So I don't think that I don't think I'm at the level where I will play much better with more time. Except for the end game. Again, except for the end game. Yeah. And yeah, yeah. This is why I wish pro players and top amateurs played more online. Played more or streamed more online. Because you would see how good they are in these fast time controls. And I think they'd be incredible. And it's like, what are we trying to do? You find it incredibly unsatisfying to lose on time. I do too. I mean, obviously, like, you know, I had that one game today where I timed out because my finger fell off the mouse where I timed out. Very unsatisfying. But it depends what you mean saying. It depends what you mean when you say lose on time. Like, if you mean getting dirty flagged, yes. Like, if you're playing this Kiramake is really not what I'm talking about here. I am talking about Kiramake as well, but I'm specifically, because today this is what I've been playing. You know, today I'm playing 10-second games. 10-second games. If I time out, it is because because I had a mechanical problem, like my hand slipping off the mouse as I was trying to make that move in that third game, I think it was. Third of the second game, I think it was. You know, where my hand literally slipped off the button and I did that. So that's why I lose, or if I manage my time improperly. So that's in both of those, I wouldn't say it's satisfying to lose those games, but they're on me. They are on me. When I get dirty flagged, if I'm in a completely winning position where I am mating the opponent and he has 2 seconds on the clock and I have 0 seconds on the clock and he wins just because he kept throwing pieces in the back to delay my mate, that is incredibly unsatisfying. You know, the kind of shogi that you have to play sometimes in Kiramake games, yes, I agree that sometimes that is very unsatisfying. But that's not really what I'm talking about. Melkor, you say you kind of have to leave, but you love to hear me finish the point first. A little bit of a weird question, but could you dismiss me? What does that mean? What does that mean? Could I dismiss you? Do you mean because you're young? I can take some of your ideas with a grain of salt? Is that what you mean by dismiss? Which Tekken character do I like the most? Jun Kazama. So right now I'm a Jun player. When Bob comes out in the summer, I'm probably going to be playing him a lot. I loved playing Bob in Tekken 7. I am having so much fun with Tekken 8 right now. You know, I am right in that sweet spot of learning where everything I learn makes me better. And, you know, the gains are probably still pretty quick. So I am having this morning I played this morning while I was drinking my morning coffee and sort of getting ready for the day. I get up early. I get up early in the morning. And so I've been playing some Tekken every single morning at around 6:30 a.m. or so. And you know, I wake up, I take care of the cat, I make my coffee, I prepare stuff, the coffee cup and stuff like that for my wife. I don't know if I mentioned it. Like, I feed Atari, I take care of her litter box, I answer questions from the previous day's stream. Like, there's usually every morning there's usually either 2 or 3 YouTube comments or 2 or 3 direct messages on Discord about, you know, shogi stuff. So I sort of ease into the day with that, and I've been playing Tekken 8 as well, sort of while I'm doing that. And this morning I lost 5 in a row, I think it was, to this one guy, to this one player. I think he was an Armor King player. It's possible this was yesterday. My mind, you know, I don't remember so much, but I lost like 5 games in a row to this Armor King player. And I don't know if it'd be appropriate to say I was having a blast, but I was really enjoying it because it's like I'm trying to crack the puzzle. I'm trying to figure out what I need to do against this thing. how I need to handle this. Why am I losing? Why am I losing? What am I doing wrong? All right, Melkor, I will see you later. Thank you so much. Love discussing this stuff for you. But yeah, anyway. Todovsky, you say on YouTube videos, you keep trying. Yeah. I noticed. And I like, so when you send that is the signal to me that I forgot to edit the title before I published. So like, there's the learn and stuff like that, now, which obviously work, but I've only recently started putting these in the YouTube titles. So it's not in my muscle memory yet that when I publish the VOD, when I go to publish the stream as a VOD on YouTube, I need to fix that title. So you doing that is like my sign. I did something wrong. So Ghost One says, let's look at WSL. We'll have to see here. We'll have to see these teams. I'll look at that in a bit. What should I? Which is a good scene? This is probably a good scene for this. Yeah, this is probably a good scene. So Adrian Shogi, you said, I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss something. You say there's a big assumption that playing a deeper game means that's better for improving. That's true. That's a great point. And again, this does tie back into we don't actually know what makes everyone improve. And is me sitting down and playing a 2.5-hour game where I spend 5 minutes on my middle game pawn pushes, is that making me better than playing 20 games or 15 bullet games or 10-second games where I'm seeing a wide variety of interesting middle game positions? I don't know. The fastest way to improve is to have the engine tell you what the best move is in a position you encounter often. And that I agree with that a lot. And I think that is a lot of like how I've built my opening repertoires and how I do my game analysis, especially for openings, is that I go through them, I see where I was confused, or I see where I didn't have I see where I didn't have a good idea of what to do. And I look at the engine moves, plural, the engine moves, and try to determine which of these are in the spirit of what I'm trying to accomplish, and what are the plans behind each of these. It is a time-consuming process. I think some people discount what analyzing with an engine means, as if it's this, okay, I flick on the engine, run it for 5 seconds, and then just take the answer and try to memorize it. Like that for me, that is not it at all. It's just the start of an exploration of what is the world, like what is the universe of moves here. And in Shogi, I assume this is similar in chess, but like in Shogi, what the engine shows is that there are so many good moves at all times, at almost all times. There are very few only move situations, in my experience, in the positions and in the openings that I look at. There are very few only moves. And often the only moves are the completely obvious moves. So you almost don't even need to study them. So it's very rare that you'll have that. So I'll be looking at this universe of moves and trying to find out what each of these moves means. What is the engine trying to accomplish with this? What is the engine trying to accomplish with that? What would Urashino Sensei do here? What would Urashino Ryu Channel do here? Like, of these moves, which of these moves looks like an Urashino Ryu Channel move? And I'll follow that along and see where it goes. For me, again, it's a large part of it is trying to find the spirit of my opening as reflected in these engine moves. And a lot of times, and maybe I don't have to do this, but some of these moves, like I will run for 5 to 10 minutes on a very, very powerful computer. So I get very high depth. It's sort of a lot of times a minimum of depth 40, which as the game gets more complicated, takes a long time to get to. So I'll be looking at those moves and just so I can fully trust it. And I'll see like, okay, well, let me try this one. And then I play, spending a lot of time on each move. I'll play through the variation that the engine is suggesting and sub variations from the variation. And I'll see that like, oh, here's why this move is good. This move 5 moves ago was good because I am going to sack the rook and get a silver and threaten a pawn promotion and I'll be plus 100. And I'll be like, oh, that's not a position I want to play. That is not I don't want to play a plus 100 position where I don't have a rook anymore. Like, to me, that may be engine, like that's what's the penny wise, pound foolish. That to me is like engine wise, human foolish, or engine wise, Shogi Dad foolish, because those are games I'm going to lose. I'm going to have a hard time winning an even game without a rook. For the most part, unless there's an obvious plan to get in. But if there was an obvious plan to get in, it's probably not going to be even. So the thing, so I'll rewind. I might have spent 20 minutes getting to that position in my analysis. So I might have spent 20 minutes, but essentially I have to roll that all the way back. And I say, I am not going to play that variation, which means I am not going to play this move suggestion. Now, let me repeat this with this second engine suggestion. This second engine suggestion also looks like a good Urashino Ryu move. Let me see what it does. And I play it through. I see where it goes. It's sort of clicking. I'm like, okay. So at the end of this move, I will be plus 80. But I will have all my pieces, and I will have a plan for how I'm going to make my, continue the game. Versus, I'm going to be plus 100, and I'm not going to have a rook. So I'll take the lower eval. Like, so for me, doing the engine, a lot of that engine opening stuff is not about finding the best eval. It's about finding ideas that I can win with. Or it's about finding only moves that the opponent is going to have to make that are very tricky. So, I enjoy this stuff. So I'm not going to front, as the kids would say. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a saint here. I am looking for the tricks. I am looking for the traps when I'm doing this sort of work. If I see that there are 2 variations that are both very good, and one of the variations has a nasty trick in it that the opponent, in my mind, can easily fall into, I'm playing that variation. That's what I'm going to do. I am going to play the tricky, trappy stuff if it means the opponent is going to have a lot of ways to mess up. Assuming all things sort of being equalish. I'm not going to play a minus 500 move, like an obvious sort of hope shogi. I'm not going to switch, do my engine work to find hope shogi moves. I am looking for legitimate good moves that are trickier for my opponent to play. And that is how I do it, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it. Like at the end of the day, I'm not necessarily, like, when I was talking about fighting games, I'm not what they call a lab monster. I'm not a lab monster in fighting games. I don't do, like, I'm not trying to find all sorts of interesting tech or all sorts of weird combos. But in my Shogi opening prep, I sort of am, where I spend a lot of time in there playing around and trying to get ideas. And I have to say, I think it's reflected in my results. I think it's reflected in my results. If we take, especially if we take into account what I do truly believe to be a handicap that I am playing on stream. Like I as much as, Hikaru Nakamura and all these players seem to sort of prove otherwise, for me, I do feel that I have at least a rank handicap when I am streaming. But even with that said, how many games am I better, if not a lot better, in the opening? I think a lot of them. A lot of them. And to the point where I get a lot of, I get a lot of that. Whether this is good for improvement, I don't know. But, like, I really enjoy that work. I really enjoy doing that work. And I would love to make an Urashino Ryu book. Just to talk about that again. I would love to do something like that. And I think it would be good. I actually think, ignoring my inability as a writer, making it bad, I think it would be the kind of book that would be good, because at least it would all be engine vetted. Like, you would not be able to argue that these are good moves, because they would all be vetted by the engine in 2025, 2026 kind of thing at very high depth. Maybe in the future, when engines get much better, maybe we'll learn that some of this stuff was not quite so right. But, like, I think there are some obviously I'm not equating myself to a FIDE master in chess. Obviously, I'm at best I'm a 2-dan on 81 Dojo. At worst I'm a 1Q 10-second player on Shogi Wars. So I'm not putting myself up on the same level, but, like, there have been some really good and well-regarded chess opening courses from people who are not grandmasters. They're not professionals. They're FIDE masters. Some of them are not even titled players. But, like, with an engine, so the combination of an engine and the Lichess Opening Explorer, you can write a chess openings book that will last forever. With the combination of those two, I think anyone who can think through, who's a good author and can think through these things, can write a lifetime book these days. Because I believe, anyway, I'm maybe this is incorrect, but in chess anyway, we are closer to the truth with those engines than ever before. And so essentially, it's almost truth at this point, what those things are saying. And so, yeah, you could see, I think that makes for a good thing. What we don't have in the Shogi world is the Opening Explorer. And the Opening Explorer, I think it's more and more useful as you're trying to target improving players, because it will allow you to focus on, here are the moves that humans play. Here are, like, rather than just giving like variations based on what the engine will play, with the Lichess Opening Explorer, you can see, like, if I'm targeting, if the target audience for my book is 1600 to 2000 level chess players, and I see in the Lichess Opening Explorer, here's all the things that here are the variations that work really well, or the variations that don't work very well. I think you have so much great information that you cannot get from the engine there. And So for that reason, like, people can make good books without being a professional. In NinWorld, you say the hard part is remembering all these engine lines. Yeah, it definitely is. But that's the thing is, if you don't treat them as just engine lines to be remembered, if you treat them as words, like plans that you are, whether or not when I attribute a plan to a set of, when I do this work, I see this full variation from the engine, and I've decided I'm going to do this. You know, obviously, I am putting the individual moves into the Kifu. Like, that is what I'm writing in there. I might write comments as well, but what I'm trying to put in my brain is the plan that I'm trying to construct from those moves. And so it's easier to remember if you have a plan for it, or it's easier to remember if you see the position that is going to arise from here, I think. And again, you're so much better than I will ever be. So it feels foolish for me in a lot of ways to be like, it feels foolish in many ways to give my ideas to people who are so much better than I will ever be. But I'm just trying to explain my thinking. And I do think it is, I think just because I'm not great, I don't think that disqualifies some of my ideas. Or just because someone is a 1Q on 81 Dojo or whatever, I don't think that necessarily should disqualify their thoughts on improvement. Or that's like some of these chess interview podcasts, and a growing number of my interviews. Like, just because someone might be a 5Q, that doesn't mean that they don't have completely valid and correct, potentially, ideas about growth as an adult, or what are the best ways to improve as an adult, or in a game like this. Their ability to execute during a game, or their current set of patterns built in their head for how to play these games is low. But that's a different thing of knowing how to learn. So anyway, that's why I like to listen to all this different. That's why I like to listen to people of wide-ranging ratings in chess or in shogi as well. But maybe I'm just giving too much credence to the things that I enjoy. I think that bias is always potentially there. August 1 says, at least for him, what blitz games do is reinforce bad habits, such as not thinking at all and moving by impulse or intuition. It's unfortunate if you want to play in tournaments with longer time controls. I think that's true, but I do think that's solvable. I think you force yourself to not do that. It's hard work. It is hard work, and I think it's doable. Like I've said, and I think the evidence is mounting that this is incorrect, but like I really used to think that 10-second was my best time control. I used to think that. And I think that's why not ranking up on Shogi Wars first in my 10-second games to Shodan. In the other rating levels, I think I ranked up to 10-second. I think I always ranked up in 10-second games before I did in 10-minute games. Shodan, I think, is the first rank that I hit in 10 minutes before I did in 10 seconds. And so, in my recent struggle here with 10-second are showing me that maybe this isn't my best time control. But I take them very seriously. He means like in a school sense with hey, Harlu Melkor. I forgot, you say, am I a one trick in other games? So jokes aside, I don't think I'm a one trick. I don't think I am a one trick in shogi. obviously, I prefer to play Urushi no Ryu and Torizashi. I do play Murata system, and I have won some games with Murata system. Murata system plus girl in the box. So not an Urushi no Ryu. Murata system where I do not bring my bishop down. So a bishop in place Murata system where I make a traditional or more traditional castle against Furibisha. I have won some good games with that. On stream, off stream, and over the board. I have won some, to me, games where I'm patting myself on the back against a stronger player. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not as tied to Urushi no Ryu as I thought. I think I've won some impressive Yagura games on stream. And maybe one or two off stream. I think, not to be patting myself on the back. So while I sort of admit to being a one trick, I'm not sure if that's actually the case. Especially since I played Nakabisha for thousands of games before I went to Urushi no Ryu. The main reason that I do play Urushi no Ryu is because I love it. I really enjoy the games and the positions I get out of it, for the most part. But in terms of fighting games, in terms of fighting games, I don't know if, I have a main. Most people seem to be good with one character, or, they focus on one character. I certainly, I think it changes the discussion that you have to sort of gel. Many people, such as myself, have to gel with the character. So it's like, this character, I like this character as a person, kind of thing. I like this character. I like the personality of this character. I like how this character looks. I like how this character moves. I like the move set. So like those things, once I find a character that I really like, I'll stick with that character and play that character for a lot and not get tired of it. But sometimes I do play multiple characters, for example, in Tekken 8 or Tekken 7. I like Bob a lot, but I also liked, I can't remember the name of the character. It was a one-time character. But anyway, yeah. Let's see. I do show you saying the rucksack variations are actually the best ones to go for. No one sees them coming. That's true. No one sees those coming. But sometimes that advantage is not enough for me to justify myself using it. So it's like, if this is obvious, like for example, I'm going to sack this rook, but I'm going to get a knight and a silver and a pawn and I'll have a token. It's like, okay, yeah. Like this is clearly I'm giving up that rook. But if it's just we give up the rook and the position is evaluated at plus 100 and there's no clear path to getting more material, or there's no clear path to me to win the game, those are the ones I will avoid. Because it's just very difficult for me to win those types of games. Isn't Hikaru's coach like barely 2200? Yeah, Little John, Chris. I think his name is Chris Littlejohn. I don't think he's a titled player. His second. I don't think he's a titled player. But clearly he must be doing something right. And obviously the gap is not so large, but like Magnus Carlsen, one of the greatest players, arguably the greatest player who's ever lived, is getting presumably very, very, very valuable information from his coach, who you can't even compare them as players, and his seconds, who are usually closer to his level, but are not on his level. He's getting a lot of good stuff from how they approach the game and how they approach analysis. And, his coach was also the coach of the previous world champion, Vishy Anand. So clearly he's good at something. And I think, I've heard him say on interviews, this is 81 Dojo 3 Dan Peter Heine Nielsen. He has talked about how, most of his work is just sitting in front of the engine and writing things and communicating things. So, there's the idea that the only opinions that are valid are the strongest. I think that, that especially when it comes to learning and improvement, I think it's demonstrably false. NinWorld, you say, oftentimes it's sometimes even better when a strong club player or FM creates some material instead of the super GMs, because the super GMs are only in their own bubble. Yeah. I've seen criticisms of, for example, I've seen that comparison made with Fabiano Caruana's course, where it's like, okay, what Fabi finds interesting or what Fabi finds good to focus on, or the things that he says, like these are just, yeah, it's all correct. It's all correct. It's all engine verified, but like, he's not showing this weird sideline that a pro won't play. In a similar way, when I used to build my Nakabisha repertoire, I tried to go by pro games, and that's how I found Satomi. Is that she was the kanji in so many of these kifus that were playing high level Nakabisha games, but there's so little variation in those games that it was almost completely useless to me, because my opponents don't play what her opponents played for the most part. Chosokogin people play, but even then they don't play it exactly like the pros play it, and so having a lower level player make an opening course for Nakabisha, I think would probably be more valuable than looking at a Satomi book. Like if Satomi made a course, like, play Nakabisha like me, and it's just a bunch of games against Nishiyama. It's like, that would be useless. Not useless. I did get some utility out of those, certainly. But, it's nowhere near as valuable as some of the other stuff that I think I've done myself. Like, just not to pat myself on the back, but just to throw this as some sort of food for thought, because I think there is some aspect in this of the tail wagging the dog. But with the engine, keep in mind, I've talked about this before. I independently developed Chokyusen. Chokyusen, is that there's a very sharp Nakabisha line against static rook. I think it's called Chokyusen. I independently invented that opening with the help of the engine. When I was trying to come up with an approach against that 8-year-old from Japan who I was playing every week at the Shogi Club. I sat down. So much of my early Nakabisha, so much of all of my development, but so much of my early development especially, was spent trying to beat the two players I played over the board every day or every week. And he was my static rook opponent, and my third file rook opponent is the leader of the club, who I still play to this day. So, playing against that kid, he would play some sharp things, some attacking things, and I with the engine ended up building this Chokyusen, I think it's called, and I find out, it was only later that I found out while I was streaming that this is actually an opening. This is actually an opening that has been around for a while, and there is a book, at least one book on it, and it's like, I built that. That's my line. It's like Frank Costanza. That's my move. Ooh, I stopped short. Ooh, any Seinfeld fans? That's my move. This book should be paying me royalties. That's mine. I invented that. But like, once I learned of that, it's like, once I learned of that, I'm like, okay, so here is one piece of this is exhibit A in my mental argument to myself. In the case that I'm trying to, in the court case of, Shogi Dad versus engines versus the humans. This is exhibit A, that maybe the way I build these lines, these opening lines, maybe there's something good happening here. Maybe I'm doing something pretty decent. If I actually developed something that real people have used since pre-engine days, maybe it's not all bad. And I forgot, you say you don't mean in the insulting way. You can play anything else. Oh, I know you weren't being insulting, and even if you were being insulting, don't worry about it. You wouldn't be the first person to insult me on stream. More of as a preference of when you find something you like. Yeah, I think it is a preference in me that I do find things that I like, and I try to grow those to their max. I think that is probably something that I do a lot of times. I didn't show you say that was even played by pros for a while, maybe 10 to 15 years ago. Oh, fascinating. It's a fun line. It's so sharp. Every time I've tried to play into, like, Noah crushes me. Noah he always knows one more. He always knows at least one more move in a Joseki than I do. Wow, there's a lot of messages on Twitch that I missed. I'm so sorry. Before I get to these, I have no water and my mouth is so dry. I'm quickly gonna be back. Sorry, it was so dry. I was so dry. Flying Parrots, no, June Kazama, not Jin. Jin's mom. My main in Tekken 8 is a mom. As you saying, fishing for traps is a miserable life, but eventually it gets boring. No, I don't agree. And it's not that I'm fishing for traps. It's looking at those variations and finding the trickier lines. whether or not, I guess, trap is in the eyes of the beholder. A trap is definitely in the eyes of a beholder. But what I'm looking for is tricky stuff. I'm looking for lines that where it is very easy to go wrong, or where I perceive it to be relatively easy for the opponent to go wrong. It's the same in a lot of games. You're basically you want to increase your options while you decrease your opponent's options, and I think that's how I look at it anyway. Trap has a negative connotation, and I think in a lot of ways, like the connotation with a trap or a trap opening is that it is not the best. It's a bad move. So it's when I say trap, I don't mean a bad move that I don't mean necessarily a high risk reward type situation where I don't mean a move that's a bad move that could lead to a huge gain. It's not a gamble when I say a trap. I think a trap is just, it's a move that maybe is good, maybe not the best move, but it's a good move that allows the opponent to mess up. Do I play Tekken on PC? Not yet. When it goes on sale, I probably will, even though it doesn't run so well on Steam Deck. But I play on Xbox. The Taiyan. So the thing is, Shogi Opening Explorer tools are not so valuable. It's the data. And so nobody's still, there's still no, as far as I know, there's still no Opening Explorer tool that has good data or like usable data, like Lichess. Like Lichess, Lichess's Opening Explorer is a great piece of software, but that's not why it's good. It's good because it has a bazillion Lichess games that are categorized by level, And so, there are a bazillion games that you can just learn from and make meaningful statistical inferences, I guess, about particular openings. It's like, boy, the King's Indian attack, it seems like at the highest levels, maybe it's not as good. But boy, at the 1600 level, it's winning 75% of the games. Like, why is this? What is this? What does this tell us? I'm just making up numbers, but like, what is it? What is it about this opening that I can learn from, or what is it about this opening that people of that level are missing? And and can I teach that? Like, there's a lot of chess content or books about, how to improve to 1800, how to go from 1600 to 1800. What are the things 1400s don't know? Those kinds of things. And I think by looking at this kind of thing, you'll see, oh, well, if King's Indian has this overwhelming win rate at the lower levels, maybe it means that, I don't know. Maybe it means that lower level players are very blind to bishops. So let's focus on training our bishop visibility, like that kind of stuff. Anyway, Yloigh, good to see you. If you're still here, I don't know. There's no timestamps on this Twitch chat, so I don't know how old these messages are. I just know that I am scrolling back, so I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I've rambled so long on some of these so much. But anyway, you say you think chess/Shogi engine is like AI. The more trained you are at, say, coding, the better code you can write with AI assistance. That's an interesting analogy. Yeah. Likewise, engine is more useful the better you are at chess shogi. Therefore, strong players absolutely shouldn't disqualify engine use. That, I think, is a brilliant analogy. I would also say that one of the skills that would make you good at using an engine is not necessarily that you're good at shogi. Although, like you say, I'm in total agreement with you. I think also, if you're someone who is good at learning, if you're someone who is good at doing work, you're someone who is good at learning, you will probably be able to make a lot of use out of the engine because you know how to learn, or you know the things to focus on to get better at. If you are someone who is good at getting good, I think you will be able to get good with an engine because you know how to get good. So that might be one of the things that like us old timers might have as an advantage over the young whippersnappers, is that, you know, we have experience in getting, or some of us have experience in getting good at things. We have experience with what works for us in terms of learning processes. So, but maybe that's hopium. Maybe that's hopium. Sharp left turn. You say you're curious. What do I play against Central Rook as Gote? I play Torizashi. Yeah, I love the position. I play Torizashi, which is I played one or two today. And it starts as Urashino Ryu. It gets the bishop down. The difference is that the king castles earlier, so the king goes over to 3-2, and the gold goes over to the king goes over to 3-2, and the gold goes to 4-2. Or the king goes to 2-2, and the king goes to 2-2, and the gold goes to 3-2. So it's a slightly different castle. But then you still make the same sort of attacks against Central Rook. And I think of the Furibisha openings, I would say that I would guess, and obviously I have not looked at these numbers, so I could be way off. I would guess that my win rate against Nakabisha with Torizashi is the highest of my win rates against Furibisha as Gote. This is the, you know, as Gote, well, or Sente. I play him essentially the same, but yeah, as Gote. The thing to keep in mind is that technically it's not Urashino Ryu. So this might be what you're getting at. Technically, as Gote, it is not Urashino Ryu. In that when pawn 5-6 is pushed, I push pawn 5-4. So I reverse the order of my Urashino Ryu. So usually it will be my second move where the bishop goes, or where the silver goes to 4-2. Yeah. And then it'll climb up to 5-3. So that might be where you're going with that, is that it's not technically Urashino Ryu, because I do get my pawn up to 5-4 first. But it still does become Torizashi. It still does become Torizashi is an older opening, you know, prior to Urashino Ryu days. And so it still becomes Torizashi, as long as, I guess technically, as long as the opponent puts their bishop on 3-3. I think that's the requirement for the, you know, the badge or the opening itself. PG6 player, hello, welcome to the channel. Apologies that I'm so slow to get to messages if you're still here. What is PG6? Project Gotham 6? What is PG6? Persona Golden 6? No. his coach plays Shogi too. We're talking about Peter Heine Nielsen. Yeah, he's a 3-dan on 81 Dojo, and he plays WSL for Denmark. So let's find him. Let's find him. What division was he? Division C? Or was it D? It wasn't E, was it? It's the last one. It's the last one I look for, of course. So this is it. Yeah, he's a 3-dan on 81 Dojo. The Magnus Carlsen's coach, Vishy Anand's former coach. He likes shogi. He's talked about it a couple times on the Chicken Chess podcast and I think elsewhere. Chicken Chess podcast, rest in peace. I don't think that thing is going anymore. I think that the Chicken Chess podcast may have ended because even though he's a great coach and a shogi lover, he has quite an insufferable personality, I think, for many people. And once he starts talking about FIDE, he does not often stop. So he's one of those sort of very political kind of people who may or may not be insufferable depending on your views and almost irrelevant to your views. But great coach, great player, great shogi player, great shogi player, better chess player, even better chess coach. Wait, Katagami's Which Pieces Do You Need to Mate is Too Hard for Average. Wait, what is this from? Katagami's Which Pieces Do You Need to Mate is a great book. Love the book. What do I think about duck defense? I think it's great. You say because you play it and love it because there's not much theory. I think the most important thing in shogi is playing something that you enjoy. Is that you enjoy your games, especially since none of us, apologies if this is sort of maybe hard truth, but like none of us in the West are going to be pros. We're not. We're just not. So we've got to play for fun. It's a hobby. Is my thing in the bottom right corner not lined up? The cat? Oh wow, look at that. Let's fix this in this scene. What happened? Let's do this. Get that over there, and now get that over there. All right, that's good enough for now. Yeah, if you love it, like that's the most important thing. And Duck, regardless of what the engine says, Duck is good enough that you can achieve a tremendous level at the game. And I think there are things to learn also about Duck. There's things to learn while you're playing Duck that you might not learn as quickly playing in other openings. So I think it's great. I enjoy playing it. My problem with it is that I often find myself getting into positions where I just don't know what to do, where my opponent has stifled me, and I just sort of go out with a whimper. I think that's my problem with Duck, is that it's great. It's great when I've got ideas, but when my opponent sort of just jams the center and starts trying to take away when the opponent doesn't kind of give me openings, it becomes a real tough slog, and I go out with a whimper. But viewer of this channel, Ornolf, he's 4-dan on Shogi Wars, which is, like I've said before, this is a level that is higher. That's a level that's higher than I will ever be. I think it's safe to say that I could play the game, for the next 20 years of my life, and I will not be 4-dan Shogi Wars or 3 Don. I think that's I don't think that's unrealistic to say. And here he is, just loving the game, playing Duck. You say Duck is mainly for bullet. Supposedly, yet he's also played some slow games against some very strong players and had some good results. So, I think while maybe more people play it in bullet, the thing is, Duck is not so rare. Duck is not so rare that even at my level, people are going to be like, what is this? My opponents have... The opponents I'm playing as a Shogi Wars Showdown, they've played 500 Duck games. They've seen it. There's no trick there. Like they know what to do. Not necessarily know what to do, but they're not caught off guard by it. So like the idea that I think I will push back a little bit on this idea that Duck is only good for blitz because people won't know what to do against it and they'll come up with bad ideas. I don't think that's actually the case. Because like if we look at my Shogi Wars, I closed it, but if we look at my Shogi Wars, there's a new season pass. There's a new season pass. Let's see who's the... Ooh, I like glasses. Yorimoto Nana. This is a great avatar. Fukusaki Bungo. This is also a great avatar. This is a great avatar. I don't know who either of these players are, but those are great avatars, and I will be picking this one. I could see myself using this avatar every day. That's a great one. So good season pass. Anyway, what am I looking for? Excuse me. What am I looking for? Oh, let's while we're here, let's do the coaching gift. Usually I just get a Kishin analysis ticket. And there it is. Once we've gotten the coaching award once, and that was a lot of fun. I can't remember which pro I played. That really, I mean, that says it all about my sort of pro play aspirations. What was I doing? I was looking for Duck. Wait, what was I doing? Darn it. Someone help me. Help me here. What was I doing? I went to Shogi Wars to check my win rate. So like now my 10 second is 906. So I've played close to 2,000 games in 10 second. I've played close to 2,000 games in 10 minute. When I play on Shogi Wars, I want to say most people have played more games than I have. This feels to me, this still feels like a lot of games. Almost 2,000 games played. But when you start a game on Shogi Wars, it shows your opponent's record and it shows your record. Most people, I think, maybe it's just my eyes are only seeing it when they're bigger numbers, but I want to say most people I play on Shogi Wars play more than I do, or have played more than I do, or have played more than I have. And so they've seen it. So they've seen Duck, they've seen Urashino Ryu. No one's getting tricked or trapped by these common openings. The Duck and Urashino Ryu, they're not unknowns. They're relatively common. Duck probably a little more rare than Urashino Ryu, but I think people know essentially they have plans. Whether or not they plans are good, but people aren't caught off guard is all I'm saying, I think, from that. And yeah, so I think Duck sometimes gets a little badly maligned. You feel like chess players who like playing Hippo, Hedgehog, Kid and stuff are going to enjoy playing Duck too. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about Hippo and Hedgehog. My understanding, which correct me if I'm wrong, is that Hippo and Hedgehog are actually not that bad. Right? Like, it takes a lot to... I don't know if this is the case in Shogi as much as it is in chess, where there are draws, but like, there are a lot of things that you can do in chess that are just fine. And I think there are a lot of things in Shogi that are just fine. And like, even, Furibisha, obviously, the engine hates it. The engine hates Furibisha for the most part. And for humans, pros play it. I mean, some pros still play it. And it's a terrible move. Yeah, I agree. It's a bit, that's why I'm sort of mealy-mouthing some of this, is because in chess it's a bit different, because you can make a draw. And I think that's one of the arguments that I have that where I call draws a feature, because it enables all this variety. But yeah, I think a lot of things, it's even playing weirdo openings, it's still just a draw, just a draw. And that, I think, is a bit liberating. For Shogi, though, I still think you can play all sorts, especially even not to even try to pretend like I am at a high level. But I'll say, even at my level, none of this stuff matters. Like, it's none of this stuff seems to matter all that much. 200, 300 eval bucks. Like, I probably had a plus 6,000 evaluation in my first and third games today, and I still managed to lose those. So like, the engine is, it's the eval is not necessarily something that we need to worry so much about in the openings. NinWorld, you said, as long as they don't know the idea of the duck, the opening is playable. And most people don't take it seriously, so the prize effect is still strong. I think I agree with you. And I would definitely hesitate to disagree with you, because you're more experienced and so much stronger than I am. But like, someone who is 2 or 3 Dan, they've seen duck a lot. Maybe they don't take, maybe what you're saying about not taking it seriously is a thing. And I know that sometimes I don't take certain things seriously, and as a result, my level lowers. So I think there's a case to be made there. But I don't know. There was that, Koshiro played against Ronald in one of those Lee Shogi events, and there was a slow game. It was not a blitz game. Well, it depends what you call blitz, but it was not a bullet game. It was not a slow game. There was byoyomi. Koshiro, who is obviously 7 Dan, 81 dojo, and Ronald 4 Dan on Shogi Wars. They played a slow game, and Ronald played duck. And boy, there were a couple moments in there I thought he was winning. And maybe there weren't. Maybe he was. I don't remember. But it was a great game. And he is playing one of the greatest players who has ever lived outside of Japan. So it's like something there works. And at least at my level, or any level that I will ever get to, I don't think duck will be my limiting factor. Not that, again, I'm not a duck player, but like, I think it makes it very difficult. PG6 player. Project Gotham 6 player. Out of curiosity, what do you do when people come at you with Hayashida attack? I don't know, because I don't know what Hayashida is. What is Hayashida? It's fast something. Haya Ishida. Ishida. So quick Ishida. I do Torizashi. And then I usually trap them in a Koshiro trap. And I win their rook. I get their rook, they get my silver, and they flail, and sometimes I win, sometimes I still lose. But yeah, quick Ishida is, to me, that's an easy Torizashi. I almost feel like I was saying earlier in terms of Furibisha, or in terms of Nakabisha, I was giving my tier list of Furibishas that I think that Torizashi is good against. I was saying that Nakabisha is the one that I think I probably have the best results against. I think Quick Ishida is probably what I perceive to be the easiest opening to play against for Torizashi. For me, in my experience, in my things that I am good at, or the things that I am aware of, I think Quick Ishida is if someone plays Quick Ishida, I'm pretty happy about it. Sometimes people attack really, really fast with Bishop 5/5. Well, you can't do that against Urashino Ryu, because the pawn will be pushed. Urashino Ryu / Torizashi. The Adrian Shogi is making a good point. Or I actually haven't read it. I think it's funny how my brain starts putting filler words into the discussion that I haven't yet thought. I see Adrian Shogi talking, and I don't know what I just said. But basically, Adrian Shogi makes a good point. I haven't even read it. I just assume it. So it's anyway. About the benefit. Adrian Shogi says the benefit of playing an offbeat opening isn't about traps. It's that your opponent won't be as familiar with the positions as you. Yeah, totally. And non-duck players are not incentivized to study how to beat it because you face it so rarely. Yeah. So I agree. I definitely agree. I'm just not sure. You would know better than I would, and I think I would agree. I just don't. I don't know if I'd put it in the rarely played offbeat category, though, because I feel like I see it, at least at my level. I still feel like I see it relatively often enough that I need to know what to do against it. Urashino Ryu, I think, wouldn't qualify as an offbeat. Because I was losing to it so often, and that's why I started playing it, so that I could learn it. So Urashino Ryu, not only did I try to figure it out, I eventually started playing it because of that. But yeah, you play it, and I bet I also play it in 1% to 2%, maybe even fewer of my games. I think the duck games just loom larger in my mind when I'm thinking about them, maybe because it is so rare but so quirky that and it's got such a great badge that maybe I'm in my mind, maybe I'm overestimating how often I play against duck. You're probably right. But that said, I have spent time trying to understand how to beat it. But maybe that was wasted time. Well, part of that is also that I have a great duck player in the channel that can help out, and I played it myself sometimes. Oh, by the way, it's pawn g6. Oh, pawn g6. Is that the grob or is that the bird? Pawn g6. Wait, no, yeah, pawn g6. Oh no, that's a black move. So is that King's Indian defense? I play King's Indian, both as white and black. Not that I play chess, but like when I do, I play that just because I get the shogi bishop diagonal. You know, just so I can move. So because it feels like shogi to have the bishop on the fianchetto. G6 is modern, G4 is grob, G5 is the Borg, which is grob backwards. Nice. Well, he's not saying 1 G6. His username is not P1G6 or it's not 1G6. He's just saying G6. Gilmar, that's a great point. That's a great point, and no one has made that point before, and I have never even thought about that before. That's actually hilarious. That I play in chess. The reason I started playing King's Indian attack and defense is so that I could have the same fianchettoed bishop like in shogi. But in shogi, I unfianchetto that bishop and put it like where the chess bishop would be. Yeah, the only excuse I can make is that when I did decide to play King's Indian in chess, it was when I was a Nakabisha player, so I wasn't unfianchettoing my shogi bishop. But that's hilarious. That's actually really funny. It's ridiculous. Hey, Danny Boy the first on. Nice to see you. It's going. It's going. I don't know. We've had a couple hours of really good chat and discussion. So as far as I'm concerned, it's been going great. My games, not so much. Another situation where I can't win games. I can no longer, on Shogi Wars, I can no longer win games. It doesn't matter what kind of advantage I have, I cannot win a game on Shogi Wars. And so I stopped playing on Shogi Wars, played a couple rated 10-second games on 81 Dojo, and had a good time there. So that was good. Oh, you moved from Twitch because you don't see YouTube comments there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that breaks. So there is. I'll redo it, but the chat breaks. This widget that I use. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to look this. It's either Streamlabs or Stream Elements. Give me a second. It's a chat widget from Streamlabs. It just breaks connecting to YouTube sometimes, and I have no indication of it other than usually people will mention it. And so when people tell me about it, I restart it. But it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Actually, let's go back here. Hey, Nightwalker. Well, I was today. I wouldn't say now, but yeah, I switched to that. I'm curious. What happened? So those were my first 2 81 Dojo rated games. What happens? I'm at 466. How could that be? How could this be? I won against a Shodan and I lost against a Shodan. How am I 15Q? What is this 10-second rating system? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Mako. Yeah, so I restarted. So I restarted it. So hopefully that's showing up now. Like, yeah, there it goes. Talking about preferences, you really like Lee Shogi, but sadly only a few players are playing there. More players than ever before. Lee Shogi has more players than ever before. Danny Boy, you said you were always curious about the difference between shogi pawn captures and chess pawn captures. You feel that space matters more in chess, as you can get cramped more easily with a pawns blockade, and the board is smaller. You're glad shogi keeps pawns moving only one space at a time, as it keeps opening theory. You feel it opens up more slowly. It keeps opening theory at bay. I mean, I think there is plenty of opening theory in shogi. I think that's one of those things that people talk about. I don't buy into it. I think in my experience, in my perception as a not great player in either game, is that people talk too much. People attribute too much importance to opening theory in chess, and they attribute too little importance to opening theory in shogi. So I don't know about those types of discussions. But in chess, people have certainly talked about, like, what did they say? That pawn structures are the soul of chess? Has someone said that? I don't know. But there are books on pawn structure, and pawn structure itself is such a huge part of chess. I think it sort of is in shogi too. I find that in a lot of the games that I play against evenly ranked, rated, or stronger players than I am, and we're playing in one of the slower types of positions, say Mukai Bisha, say like a Ishikawa type deal, Ishikawa countermeasure, the pawn play there becomes awfully tricky and very, very important. Very important. And sort of deceptively important. So I think pawns, I don't want to say they're the soul of both games, but they sort of feel like it might be part of soul-like in both games. You think Philodor said pawns are the soul of chess. Okay, interesting. Wow, that was a long time ago. Sota, you say that you're a professional theory avoider in both games. Yeah, and I think you can be. I definitely think you can be. I'm not good enough in chess to really say, but I listen to plenty of chess podcasts where people who are very strong players talk about not spending much time on opening theory. And, in shogi, I think there are plenty of examples of people who got very good at the game without spending much time on sort of opening theory. But you still do need to learn the ideas of the opening. So that's the thing, is that, like, people may not explicitly be learning, oh, for move 4, I do this. And then if he does that in move 5, I do that. They may not explicitly be studying that. But with enough experience and with enough playing and with enough calculation, like, you end up playing moves. You learn how to avoid getting trapped. Like, there's Shogi is very tricky in the opening. It's very easy to trap yourself or get trapped, or get beaten by a weirdo pawn push or a weirdo triple pawn push, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, I have nothing. Now I'm one move too slow to defend this thing, and now I'm going to be dead. So I think you sort of by osmosis maybe you learn you do learn some of the theories, but that said, yeah, I think you can get quite far in these games without overtly doing opening study. You would at least need to know which opening moves are common and should be avoided. Exactly. It doesn't take too many times of your opponent pushing their rook pawn just straight up the board and then promoting their rook and like breaking your position. It doesn't take too many games of that for someone to be like, you know what, I should probably learn what to do there. And like, you could argue that you're not studying theory, but like you're thinking about the opening. You are studying the opening. Nobody wants to lose that way, as they keep playing. You either you lose that way and you learn, or you lose that way a few times and you just quit. Because no one's going to play. No one is going to just play as they get beaten on, move 10. You think memorizing openings without understanding them well, but rest in peace, Danya said. Yeah, not learning openings for sub 2000 is a myth. Learning openings helped him a lot by giving him the plans and ideas. Exactly. So I've spent the past, you've missed out on the past 2 hours of me talking about pretty much this topic. And yeah, totally. It's all about finding the plans. It's all about thinking about the positions that you're going to get and working towards that. Yeah. We also mentioned, Danya, earlier when we were talking about the Speed Chess Championship. So what's going on in the Speed Chess Championship? Let's take a look. Chess Championship. February 7. Is it the 7th or is it the 8th? The 2025 so this is an AI, so hopefully this is correct. The 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship finals are held in London on February 7th to 8th, 2026. Okay. The field includes Carlson. Okay, Carlson is facing Lazovic on tomorrow. Oof, what a good match. What a great semifinal. I honestly, like, I don't think this could be much better unless Naroditsky replaced Firouzja. Like, I don't think this could be much better. I can't think of who else I'd want here. I'm thinking. I'm sorry that I'm paused. No. For me, no Hans. I think for the hashtag engagement, I think maybe chess.com would have wanted him in there. But for me, this is I think this is it. This is I can't think of anyone I would like to replace right now. Like, I may not, if you would have told me yesterday or whatever, if you would have said pick the best top 4 for the Speed Chess Championship, pick the best semifinals, I probably wouldn't have thought Lazovic, probably not. But now that I see it, I am 100% good with this. Yes, there you go, Gilmar. There you go. Yeah, I would replace Firouzja with Abdusattorov. That's it. I think that's the only change I would make. I would replace Firouzja with Abdusattorov. And I think it would be slightly better. But other than that, this is going to be so good. Yeah, good call. Very good call on the Abdusatarov one. You wanted to ask, Danny Boy, you wanted to ask about my history with Go. What are your my thoughts on it now that I've switched to mostly shogi? So my thoughts on it, and apologies if I'm repeating this, is that, you know, I played it long enough. Or you know, I think I have a good sense of the game. You know, I was never a good player. I did get to 2Q on KGS, you know, back 18 years ago. But Go is a game that I love the idea of the game more than I love playing the game. I like everything about the game. I like the history. I like the equipment. I like the elegance of most of the rules. I love the simplicity of the white and the black stones. I love, you know, the aesthetic of the boards, just like in Shogi. I love the aesthetic of the finished state of a game being able to sort of be painted or hung on a wall as a piece of art. I love the whole discussion of how Go is a dialogue between players or a conversation between players. I love the idea of thickness versus, you know, the influence versus territory. I love Tsume Go, you know, the death, life and death problems. I love Hikaru no Go. I love everything about Go except for actually playing the game. And that's in the end why I stopped playing, and that's in the end how I feel about the game. And I think I am not alone. I think Go is one of those games that this may not be true, but it is my perception that of all the games out there, the game with the highest percentage of sort of lovers of the game versus people who, the lovers of the game who play versus the lovers of the game who don't play. I think there are a lot of people who love Go but don't play. I think that is the highest percentage. That maybe that's a hot take, but like that is my perception from the people I have talked to over the past couple decades, and biased by my own feelings on the matter, where I just don't think the game is very fun. I think the end of the game is anticlimactic. I think the game itself is mostly just muddling through, being confused for 300 moves. It takes too long. It's not. Chess is the best length, I think, for online games. Shogi is the second best. Of the three, I think chess is a perfect time, is a perfect sort of number of moves game for the internet. Shogi is not bad, but it's worse than chess. And Go is just on the extreme of being really bad for an online game. It just takes too long and too many moves and too many sort of not unconsequential moves, but too many confused moves. And that's basically my take on it. Go, there is one game that I just sit around sometimes and I think, I wish I could love it. And Go is it. I wish I could love playing Go, but I don't. It has, to me, there's no visceral feel. Like in Shogi and in chess, there is the visceral sense of attacking the opponent or trying to capture pieces or trying to checkmate the king. Go has none of that. In my opinion, Go has none of that. And it's just, it's an intellectual exercise that I do not find as fun as almost any other game. I've said before, and I think I still believe this, that of the board games, I think backgammon is the most fun game. I think chess. I think my fun game kind of tier list: backgammon, chess, shogi, and then Go is almost not even on the list because it's almost not even fun at all. But I played it a lot. I got to a decent level, not good, but like a decent enough level such that I feel like I sure gave it a shot. I played a lot of games. Capybara, hello. You say Hans is extremely strong player, all things considered. Yeah, I think so. Assuming he doesn't have implants he doesn't beads. There aren't implanted beads. It's the same with you. The idea is so cool. You would love to play it, but nobody could force you to do so. Yeah, it's just the way it is. I don't begrudge people that love it, but because I love it too. I watch Go videos. I watch more Go content than I do Shogi content. Well, I mean, it's easy because there is no Shogi content basically besides my own. And it's just, I watch some of these videos and I see like someone reviewing the AI board, the AI Shogi or the AI Go board. And I'm like, oh man, I gotta buy one of these. I gotta get one of these AI boards. These are so cool. And I watch a video of like Awesome Baduk or Michael Redmond or whatever, and they're going through something. And I'm like, gosh, I wish I could like this. I wish I could like this. And then every time I see Hikaru no Go, it's like, God, I love this so much. But then I get into a game and it's just like, it's pulling teeth. I get into the game and it's like, is this over yet? Honestly, I get into the game and I am thinking, when is this going to be over? And that's just not a game that I should be playing. But anyway, I'm going to show you say the Go visual no Go. The visuals are good. The visuals are amazing in Go. I think you're saying. I love it. If he has beads, he would be even stronger. Well, unless he's a very, very, very diligent user of the beads. And also you assume that the beads are 100% working. I think it's possible that there is a parallel universe where there are beads and there are communication disruptions or inability or errors in transmitting the previous move or the next move and things like that. I think there's a parallel universe, not to be a complete conspiracy theorist, but I think there are parallel universes where that's a possibility for some people, that there is still some sort of cheating going on, but it's not 100%. It's not mechanically 100%. But anyway, also it would keep the attention away to a certain extent. Not that there's a lot of attention being taken away, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not making the case. That he is, even though he is an admitted cheater. I'm not making the case that he is continuing to cheat in over the board games. I'm not saying that at all. Go Magic. Yeah, Go Magic is cool. Go Magic is very cool. The Go world, and it still bothers me that the podcast from 2 or 3 podcasts ago, as I was scripting it and as I was doing it, I forgot to talk about my major point, which is that my big hope for the Shogi world is that it gets into the same sort of realm as the Go world, where the Go world in the West has a lot of great content. It's big enough and the community is supportive enough that you can have multiple users, like you can have multiple like supported content creators and you can have teachers, you can have professionals, people that are, if not making a living at promoting the game, are making decent money doing it. Like, you know, the Go YouTubers, you know, they're making some money. You know, they're actually earning some money doing it. And I think if we got to that state in Shogi, I think that'd be amazing. If, you know, my example is like, if Koshiro could just be a Shogi coach as a full-time job, I think that's the Shogi world I want to live in, is when he can be a coach, or I Dream of Shogi could be a streamer and YouTuber just full-time. Like that would be, you know, that would be the ideal, that the world would be big enough that we would have someone streaming daily Shogi that's not, you know, this fool here sitting here in the chair. You know, I would love that. I would, like, if we had titled Tuesdays, or, you know, if we had televised, or, you know, televised, you know, events for Shogi, I think that'd be amazing. You know, and Go has all that to a certain extent. Go has all that in the West, and I think it's a good spot. I think I wish Shogi could get there. So Danny Boy, you say that you like Go, you think it's a fantastic game, but it felt hard for you to appreciate as a new player compared to Shogi's climactic dynamism. Yeah, and chess, I think, is the same in that regard. Is that chess, and I think Shogi would be a great despite the fact that it seems like, you know, the Shogi world doesn't really want Shogi to be a spectator sport. I think it would be a great spectator sport, just like I think chess is a great spectator sport. Go is just, it's not a great spectator sport. I don't think it can be, because it doesn't have that dynamism, or there's no hierarchy in the pieces. There's no hierarchy in the moves. It's more subtle. But anyway, you recently gave Hikaru no Go a chance, but bounced off. It was very 2000s anime. You say that like that's a bad thing. You say that like that's a bad thing. Why is that a bad thing? I'm not getting this. Like, apologies if I'm dense. Like, why is that that seems like a great thing. I love Hikaru no Go, and I've watched, you know, my family and I have watched it a bazillion times. You held a joint tournament with the Go Club a few times. Even with Go not being super popular, their tournaments had 5 times the attendance with people of old ages. And yeah, with people of old ages and women. Meanwhile, ours was mostly university students, 40 years old, and retirees, all male. Yeah, the Shogi, at least in my experience, the Shogi world, the Shogi culture, I think this is in some way, I think this is in some way, for me, a little biased by the fact that I'm in Northern California. You know, it's you know, the tech center of the world, so we have a lot of nerds. But it seems like Shogi still very much is in its bubble of nerdy guys, and what is it? What are they called? Otakus, or expats, you know, or older Japanese expats. It's very much, it feels like still in that realm. Whereas Go seems to have expanded out a little bit more. I think Go still is like that from my experience, but yeah, it seems to have gotten it's broken out a little bit more somehow. And my understanding is that EGF, the European Go Federation, is quite large and larger than the FISA, the European Shogi, which is also a reasonable size. But my understanding is that Go is much more popular in Europe. It's much more popular in the United States, I would think too, based on the Go Congress numbers and based on the amount of literature that we have for Go, and based on the fact that the American Go Association, exists and actually has a pro program. Like there are, say what you will about their ability to compete on the world stage, but there are professionals, professionally rated Go players in the United States. That's huge. That's huge. And I dream of Shogi, you say 2000 anime is the charm. Yeah, exactly. That's that's sort of how I feel about it. Like a lot of the charm is because of that. Sota, how do I know March comes in like a lion? Yes. I hesitate to say, I don't want to be dismissive of you by saying this, but I'll say, of course I do. We have so little in the Shogi world that like anything that's out here, we'll take scraps of anything. And I do really like March Comes In Like a Lion as an anime, as a series. I really enjoy it, but it's not Hikaru no Go. Shogi is only window dressing in March Comes Like a Lion. It's not a Shogi series as far as I'm concerned. At least the 2 seasons of the anime that are available that I've seen, that I think are available. It's not about Shogi. Shogi is a central character, but it's not about Shogi. Hikaru no Go is about Go. There's a lot going on there. It's a Go anime. March Comes In Like a Lion is an emotional drama. MT Say, see a first time chat. Welcome to the channel. Hope you enjoy Shogi. You say that you're somewhat fazed by what I said about reaching 2Q and still not liking playing Go. It must have taken over 1,000 games to reach 2Q. Oh yeah, I played well over 1,000 games of Go in my life. Well over 1,000 games. Especially if you can consider like that hamster Go, the little and the playing the little computer games. Yeah, I played a lot. I tried. I think that what that really says to me is that I really want to love Go. I really wanted to enjoy it. Because like I said, I love everything about the game except for playing it. And it took a while. It's not like I started those first 50 games or whatever and I was like, this is just boring or exhausting or maddening. When things are new, it's easier to play a lot of games. And when you're learning, for me anyway, as someone who loves to learn, I'm learning new things, and that keeps the excitement going. That keeps the excitement to a certain extent going. And so, those let's just say I played a couple thousand games in my life or more. I don't know. Certainly not a couple thousand on KGS, but like I played a lot of games. And they weren't all a burden, but I think my enjoyment of them was not really from the game itself. It's from all this. It's the fact that I'm learning or doing other things. Like in Shogi, I genuinely like playing, unless I have a huge advantage. I think as we're finding out, the time I don't enjoy playing Shogi is when I have a completely winning game, and the only result for me, it becomes a two result game for me once I'm destroying my opponent. It becomes just a nothing burger because I won, because in my mind I already won, or it becomes a crushing loss. So other than that point, I love playing shogi. I love moving the pieces. I love thinking about the plans and making plans and trying to make little traps or tricks or defend little things. Like I really the act of playing shogi I love, in the same way that like I love playing a fighting game. You know, I love moving my character around the screen and trying to you know, make attacks and win the game and yada da da da. I really like the visceral feel and the enjoyment of shogi, especially playing over the board, is just it's all there. It really was never there for me in Go. For whatever reason. And I tried. You know, I tried, and it took a long time really to stop. And I'm grateful for Go, you know, if only because I learned of shogi. I believe I learned of shogi through Go, through Hikaru no Go. You know, one of my favorite characters in that was Kaga, the president of the Shogi Club. And yeah. So anyway, have I heard of the popular shogi video game Yakuza? Yes. So Yakuza is where I have played most of my versus computer shogi. Like no joke. I a lot of my, especially before I was streaming, of the games that I played versus computers, Yakuza I think was a big one, because we don't have shogi. You know, not only does shogi not have a great like not only in the West do we not have much shogi learning material, and we have like almost no shogi content to sort of like game content to consume. We also have bad software. I guess this is a world problem. So like Yakuza was the best way to play shogi, I think, versus a computer for a long time, right? And so I would go in Yakuza 0, I went into the shogi club, you know, that sort of basement shogi club that you go in there, and there's shogi boards on the table, floor, like the shogi board with legs on the floor. And there's all this, if I remember correctly, the scrolls and the trophies on the walls. And it's so good. It's so, that game, you know, the engine itself, I don't remember being good or bad, but like, I was probably 5 or 6Q Shogi Wars level when I was playing Yakuza. But yeah, you know, I liked it. You know, the graphics were pretty good. But that environment in the Yakuza the Yakuza 0 shogi club, I thought was really cool. I've also played some shogi on the Yakuza, the Like a Dragon. I think the first or second the RPG kind of Like a Dragon. But you play outside versus a homeless guy in that game, if I'm remembering correctly. So it wasn't quite the same. So I didn't really play much there because it wasn't in that club. I really liked that club aspect of Yakuza 0. I think it was Yakuza 0. And Capybara, you say FISA is maybe 1,300 reasonably active players. Is that true? Is that true? I don't want to dispute you, but that seems high. That seems very high. 1,300 players go to tournaments more than once a year. Is it really? I mean, those numbers can be verified. That sounds high. The 2/3 of them are in Russia and Belarus. Okay. Yeah, I know that Belarus and Russia have a bunch of players, but even so, 1,000 sounds way high. Your first shogi game was in Persona 5. Wait a minute. You can't play shogi in Persona 5, right? You can just romance shogi. You can just romance the game. Empty you say that Go games can have long end games. Sometimes you reach end game 130 moves in. One thing you've noticed Most new players get very demotivated by endgames. Yeah, I think a lot of players just want it to be done. The end game is just such an the end game of Go, and not to just bash Go, not to bash Go. I don't what is the saying? I don't want to yuck people's yums. I don't know. I can't remember what that is, but like, to me, it just feels like the end game, the end of a Go game is just so anticlimactic. It's, the game is basically over. You finish out making your borders. You close up the game. Then you pass, and the other person passes, and then you count the stones. It's like, it's just so, and it's like, oh, did I win? Did I lose? Okay, I lost by 2.5 stones, or I lost by it's like, okay, good game. It's just so, in a shogi game, you know when you lost. In a chess game, you know when you lost or when you drew. It's you know what you're going for. You know what is happening. And in many cases, not all, but in many cases, the end of a shogi game or the end of a chess game is the most the most exciting part. And so you build up, like, the story of a game of shogi is often like, it's just this build up of tension. You start slow and you just kind of build into the intrigue. The middle game, the opening is interesting because you see how people are going to play. And then the middle game, you see how they adapt to each other. And, the intrigue starts happening and players start threatening to break in. And then they break in and the attacks start coming and the exchanges happen. And then often, both kings will sort of be under attack. And you're thinking like, all right, who's going to win? Who's going to make this faster attack? And it's like this crescendo of a game. And I don't know of many games that have that kind of to them. Even chess to a certain extent, which I love. I'm not a good player. I'm not even a mediocre player in chess, but I love watching chess. I love consuming chess content because there's so much of it and it's so high production value. But, chess does, as much as I like the draw, chess does have that draw aspect where a lot of times games will peter out and just kind of slow down. You don't have that. You don't have that just sort of like the shogi game where you just start slow and it just keeps building and it goes nuts. And that's partly why it's so frustrating to me that the pro game in shogi is so, and this is not judgmental. I'm gonna try to say this in the most unjudgmental way. I'm gonna try to say this as my feelings coming in. It's so unfortunate that the game of shogi is presented in such a boring and uninteresting way, because it is maybe one of the most interesting games that there are and most exciting games. So shogi is presented in the most uninteresting way possible, like for excitement, unexciting way. It is maybe the most exciting game, but it is presented in the most unexciting way. And it's so frustrating to me that, I see Titled Tuesday in chess. I see Speed Chess Championship in chess. And I think if shogi did those two things, they would be so much better than chess. Like, it'd be so much more compelling. And so it's a source of major frustration that this doesn't exist, and that the JSA and whoever is organizing pro or amateur events didn't look at the lockdown and the pandemic and see, like, what did chess do right during those times? Why did chess get so popular? Why are people still to this day watching and consuming so much chess? It's partly in how it's presented. And I think shogi is just not going to hit that. And it's unfortunate because it's such an exciting game. It's so exciting. But it's like people don't even, how many times do people talk about how exciting shogi is? They don't. It's a terrifyingly exciting game. Shogi is. And Capybara, you say the worst thing for a spectator sport is spectators not being able to see who won from looking at the board. That's the case with Go. Yeah. Yeah, you just, like, you don't know. Even as a player, unless you reach a high level. So the level that I reached, I was never really at that level. You know, I could not say for certain who was winning in many of the games I played. I think that's pretty bad. Like, you watch sumo, you know who won. It's the guy who got it's a guy who's still standing. It's the guy who's still in the ring. You watch shogi, you know who won. It's the person who didn't resign, or it's the person, you know, whose king didn't get checkmated. And so you know, but Go doesn't quite have that. Hey, Foradune, good to see you. Happy Friday. Let me switch back to YouTube here. Let me switch back. Sorry. I'm going in between places and reading the ones. I'm the daily fix of English shogi. That's a sad commentary on the state of shogi. Friends game, okay. I'm not looking. We're still chatting. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for that. And Chos, great to see you. Good evening. Afternoon my time, morning-ish your time. Good to see you. Hope everything is going well over in Nagoya. Greetings. Always great to see you. Adreno Shogi, you say that honestly, just the fact that the game ends by both players passing is bad game design. Yeah. You know, people do talk about the elegance of Go and the Go rules and how simple it is and how perfect it is. But in terms of a game design, I think that is so lame. It's just so lame. I understand why it is that way, but it is not this perfect game. You know, Go players like to say that if the aliens designed a game, if we had ancient aliens come down to the Earth, if there's a game that they designed, it's Go. I don't buy it. I do not buy it, because that is a big flaw to me. If the idea of a game is to be fun. NinWorld, what you found weird about Go was the Komi compensation. For you, as someone who has basically no knowledge of strategy, it felt a bit much. That's interesting. So I never minded Komi. I never minded that. I understand why you want it. You don't want to draw is one thing, which most people agree is a good thing, is that you don't have draws. Just side note, there is a Starpoint Go podcast, and in one of the episodes, he discussed or floated the idea that maybe draws would be a good thing in Go. And this is something I've been saying about shogi forever, since I ever heard the Swedish chess grandmaster. I think I'll just say Anderson, because that's a Swedish name. I can't remember if it's Larson, or I can't remember who it is that was saying that draws are a feature of chess, and it really got me thinking. So I've been thinking that maybe draws are not the end all, are not the worst thing in the world. But anyway, it prevents draws, but it also acknowledges the advantage that Sente has, that the first mover advantage. So I think it's good. All right, Foradune. That's fine. I'm just glad to see you at all. So it's I understand why it exists. It makes sense. And if chess, and to a lesser extent shogi, if those games had the ability to discount the first mover advantage, I think they would. Like, if there was a way to even up a game of chess or even up a game of shogi, I think they would do it. Like, if there was a Komi system that could make it fair for Gote in shogi, I think they would do it. I think if the same thing, I think especially in chess, where the first mover advantage is even bigger. I think they would. You don't think the Night Owl? You don't think that the passing is bad? It's perfectly fine. Yeah, I agree to disagree. I think a lot of Go players would agree that it's fine. I just think it's completely anticlimactic, and then having to count makes it even worse. Like, you know, I'm playing a game for fun. I am not playing a game for sort of philosophical superiority or rule elegance or anything like that. Although I wouldn't say that pass is elegant. Let's see. Capybara, you say JSA is so not cool. They have no idea how to promote themselves. Lean into the aesthetic, into the battle of minds, not into the blandness. Well, you know, so I hesitate to go that far. You know, I not that saying that. So I don't want to say that saying those things is disrespectful. I don't think it's disrespectful to say those things or to think those things. But I'm going to try to lean into being more lukewarm in what I'm saying, more mealy-mouthed, but and say that maybe they just know their target audience well, and that I'll just chalk this up to a cultural thing. You know, when I don't understand something about the shogi world, I'll chalk it up to cultural differences and just assume that maybe JSA knows what they're doing. I think the evidence is there that they don't know what they're doing, because, you know, they're in financial trouble, and they don't seem to be responding to pending financial difficulties and the shift in the shift in markets for their sponsors. You know, the difficulties for their sponsors and the reliance on like ancient media to pay for their titles. You know, they don't seem to be responding very well to that stuff, and they seem to be unwilling to change, to adapt to that. So to me, as an outsider who doesn't read Japanese and doesn't know all the details, so essentially as an ignoramus sitting over here in California, it looks to me like they don't know what they're doing, or that they are mismanaging the situation, or they're just so afraid to lose what little they have now that they're willing to die. They're willing to go out with a whimper 10 years from now, as long as they have another 5 years of existing. And, you know, it's tough. That's a tough thing to do in any business. Like, what do you do if your market is going away? Do you risk dying next year by making a big change? Or do you go out with a whimper, or do you refuse to change and then go out with a whimper 10 years down the road? Like, I think they are choosing to go out with a whimper 10 years down the road. Like, it sounds like has happened to Go in Japan. It sounds like Go in Japan is basically dead, and they've gone out with a complete whimper, and, you know, there's no saving it. But it sounds like, you know, the shogi is still in a decent position mindshare wise in Japan, but they're going out with a whimper. You know, they're losing their sponsors. Their sponsors are dying off. They're losing sponsors for title events. They're not changing the format of title events. They're living on. You know, they're not trying to move to new media. They're not trying to do internet stuff. They're not trying to play into anything about shogi other than what they've played on for the past 500 years, or, you know, what exaggeration, but, you know, we'll see whether it's a bold move. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for them. It's not a bold. I guess I should say it's not a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for them. So they're, you know, they are not going for the bold moves. I see there's a follow. I hear a notification that there's a follow, but my Twitch management screen is not showing me a new follow. So whoever you are, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry that I can't call you out by name, but my activity feed is not showing anyone right now. So maybe you quickly followed and then unfollowed, but regardless, if you're there, let me know if you feel like it. If not, anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. It's funny times. Let's see. Mako, you say that representation matters. A lot of the newer generation. First, let me try to get this chat up over here so I'm not staring. I'll still for YouTube, I'll have to stare to the left. Let me get my chat up here. Is this okay? So I can because I'm only streaming the Chrome window. I can keep the chat up here and expand it a bit. You say representation matters. A lot of the newer generation first got into chess through Netflix, Twitch, or the PogChamp stuff. Exactly. In contrast, the singular shogi show in recent memory portrayed shogi players in a terrible light. Yeah. So during the pandemic, obviously, I think the combination of all of that stuff was incredible for chess, and incredible for shogi. Let's just, be real here. In my mind, all this stuff that was good for chess, I think was good for shogi. Could have been good for shogi, and they didn't do anything about it. So the lockdown in particular, it gave people instant motivation to figure out something to do. It gave millions and millions of people a kick in the pants to pick a hobby. If they don't have a hobby, pick a hobby, because you're going to need a hobby, because you're going to be at home all day. So what that did, a lot of those people were like, sort of like me, where it's like, when I was a kid, I played chess, or when I was in college or a long time ago, I knew a little bit about chess. Let me see what people are doing in chess these days. Or for shogi, like me, I remember 15 years ago, I learned how to play shogi. 15 years ago, I learned how to play shogi, after learning of it in Hikaru no Go and stuff like that. What's going on in the shogi world these days? And I got into shogi. That through the lockdown is when I came back into shogi. And it was a little over 3 years ago when I started playing over the board at this club. That's when I decided to start taking shogi seriously. But it was the lockdown, and to a certain extent, the rise of chess that made me remember about shogi and got me to start playing shogi. And so all this stuff, PogChamps worked for a lot of people, Twitch streamers. This is what I tried to express in that podcast episode that I had, is that it was like just like every overnight sensation, just like every overnight success. The overnight success of the chess world was like 10 to 20 years in the making. These Twitch streamers, the Chess Bras and Jerry at Chess Network and John Bartholomew and Agad Matur and these people that are building chess content, they didn't just start. They were there. They were there, not being super successful, but they were there ready. And once the boom came, boy, did they get it. There was all this foundation just ready for a boom, and chess took advantage of it. The shogi world, as far as I'm concerned, when I say that, I mean the shogi world in Japan, like the professional world and professional promoters in Japan and all stuff like that. They didn't do anything. They don't seem to have done anything. I remember during the lockdown seeing photos of Fuji soda and trains, or there was no playing. It was just nonsense. It was just little bits of boring little photos. Here's Fuji Sota with a train. Here's Fuji Sota with his mask on. Here's Fuji Sota standing in front of a bush. I don't know. It's okay, cool. Meanwhile, the chess world is running online events. They're running, they're building these high production value, commentated, streamed events that have commentary for beginners and for professionals and for strong players. So if you remember the Chess 24 stuff, there was the Magnus Carlsen chess tour, the Meltwater chess tour. It started as, I think, the Magnus Carlsen chess tour, but they had a commentary team. David, what? I can't remember his name now. David. Oh my God. When I'm streaming, my brain is working at 40%. So for anything stupid I say, that's the excuse. His name is David. His last name begins with an H. Howell. David Howell, and Little Hat is her Twitch name. I can't remember her name, but David Howell and Little Hat, and Kaya, because check out the bar, Kaya. So this three person commentary team were doing sort of the beginner or sort of stream commentary, like a friendly commentary, where they didn't use notation. They didn't use notation at all. It's like, the king will move one square to the right. The rook is going to slide over to the edge of the board. They would say things like that. They did not use notation, intentionally did not use notation. And it was great. But at the same time, they also had another stream with another set of commentary people that were doing the pro commentary. And they were using heavy notation. It's the usual stuff of just pros, the pros just rattling off chess notation. And some people like that, but most people liked David Howell and Kaya and Little Hat. She's an international master from Britain. Hauska. I can't remember her first name. Hauska. Jovanka Hauska. And they're just fantastic. Yeah, they work so well together. And all of them are still involved in this stuff, by the way, 5 years later. And they were so great. And along with that, there were still also Titled Tuesdays, people playing online and streaming it. And it was incredible. The chess world is still incredible to follow as a spectator. I am 100% a chess spectator. Well, I also do my chessable problems every single day. So I guess 1% of my chess life is in these chessable daily problem. But I am not a chess player. I'm 99% of my chess life is as a spectator, and I love it. I love it. Except for when Hans is on. I love it. And Shogi, the game that I play, the game that I love to play, the game that I love to watch, there's nothing for me. There's nothing. There is nothing for me other than to watch some YouTubers, some Japanese YouTubers who I can't understand. So like Urshino Ryu channel, I'm a big supporter of that and a big enjoyer of that. And I watch it every single day still. Even though he's quit because he fell out of love with the game, or fell out of love with streaming the game, or fell out of love with being criticized about his play. But anyway, he retired, but I'm still watching his videos. Urshino Sensei, Urshino Ryu inventor himself, streams a bit. It's in Japanese. I can't read it, but I'll still watch and support him. That's the best we've got. There's no Title Tuesday. There's no interesting online events. There's nothing. There's nothing. And which makes it sort of frustrating that like Shogi Wars doesn't do anything, especially since, like I said earlier on the stream, I've sent them at least 2 communications, email and through their support page, trying to do something. And Jack-o'-lantern has communicated with them on my behalf, trying to get them to do something. None of us have gotten a response. Meanwhile, today, I go to Shogi Wars and I see they have the 12th annual European Kishin event. And it's like, cool, they've got that. They did that last year. Is there anything for the United States or anywhere else? No. Okay. Like, fine. It's like, man, I just want to watch some shogi being played. That's why I started streaming, because I wanted to watch shogi being played, and there was so little shogi being played. It's very, very, very frustrating. Anyway, going back to YouTube for a second here. Shogi, I see you say, to be fair, very few organizations are good at pivoting their business model. Yeah, totally. And that's, I tried to say that. Shows one thing you say, one of a theory often chatted in Japan is that shogi has kanji pieces and it harms when we recommend this game to foreigners. But do you think this story No, I do not agree with that. So I have a podcast, a shogi podcast, and we've talked about pieces. And, I don't think it makes it easy, but I don't think the pieces are the problem. It seems like everyone likes to say that the pieces are the problem. I do not think the pieces are the problem. It's not like you have to know kanji or you have to know Japanese to read these pieces. I don't know kanji. I don't know these pieces. Let me get it. It's still here. So one of the days I was streaming, we were talking about this, and I said that I have played many thousands of games of shogi. I don't know how many thousands. I've probably played between 4,000 and 5,000 or more games of shogi. So a lot of games of shogi. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing. But it's a lot of time. I still could not draw the pieces. Here is how I drew the pieces. I tried to, with a pen and paper, I tried to draw the pieces. Here is what my pieces looked like. So the king and the token are kind of the only things sort of close. The silver is a little close, but that wasn't fair because I had been thinking about the silver before. So this is how I drew the shogi pieces. That's how bad they are. But like, obviously, I can play and watch shogi all day, every day. I can watch, and I know exactly what's going on. There's no, I can, you can show me a shogi board instantly, and I can understand what's happening. But I can't draw almost any of the pieces. So I don't think the pieces are a big problem. It's really unfortunate. And I know there's a lot of thought being put into shogi pieces and making pieces approachable for shogi players. I think that's all essentially wasted effort. Like, for example, we at the Silicon Valley Shogi Club, one of the shogi clubs that I'm a member of here, nearby me, we have our JSA liaison, our JSA representative. The official JSA clubs, I think, have to have like a representative. Our representative, he is Japanese, living in the United States. He is working on a new piece set, and he's in discussion with Madoka Kitao, the Japanese professional who has done more than almost anyone to promote Japan outside of. Has done more than anyone to promote shogi outside of Japan. So, a legendary shogi promoter, Madoka Kitao. But they're still just working on pieces. I don't think that's what we're missing. I think what we're missing is content and books and professional games being televised with English commentary or with interesting commentary, bite-sized games. Like a streamed game that will only take 2 to 3 hours to watch. Like these title matches of the shogi, like maybe culturally that's fine in Japan to have a game span 2 days and 2 lunches and all sorts of breaks. Maybe people enjoy that. I don't know. But again, I just have to chalk this up to being cultural. But like, that's not going to fly. I don't think that's going to fly in the rest of the world. I don't think people I think people have difficulty caring about that stuff. I think people have difficulty caring about a title that takes, I think people have difficulty caring about one of 8 titles, and when that title is contested over the period of a month or months. Like if you've got a week or 2 weeks in between games of a best of 7 series, like if you ask me, how can you, like we've got this idea for an exciting tournament. How can you make this tournament less exciting? Frank, Shogi Dad, you have experience in playing some unexciting shogi. How do you think we can make our shogi event less exciting? I would give them the blueprint for the shogi titles right now. I would say, here, do the Meijin, do this, do it like this, do it like Fukuma's pro exam. Here, you want to make something the least possible exciting, the least engaging that you can, because you're afraid that you'll get too rich and too successful. Here, follow this blueprint. Let's have this player qualify for the pro exam, and then we'll wait for 3 months or 4 months, and then we'll have the first game. And then the second game we'll have 3 or 4 weeks later. And then the third game we'll have maybe a month later. And the fourth game, if we still need one, maybe let's wait another few weeks. It's like, can you make this any less exciting or compelling? I don't think so. To me it's mind-boggling. And so I have to just chalk it up to culture, because it makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me intellectually. And despite however much I try to think about it, it makes no sense. So I can only chalk it up to being cultural, like a cultural difference. And those are things you can't change. It is what it is. Like there's no point in me arguing with culture. Like there are things about my culture that some people wouldn't like, but I like. So sometimes it's good to have different cultures with different ideas. So that's all I can do is to chalk it up, because intellectually I cannot understand why they make this so boring or why they make it so uninteresting. So you say Chos, you say it's surprising that I don't play chess, but I play shogi. What let me know? So I learned of shogi from Hikaru no Go. You missed a long discussion about Ego, but I played Ego 20 years or so ago, and I loved Hikaru no Go. And Hikaru no Go had a character, Kaga, if you're familiar with it, Kaga of the Shogi Club. And so I learned about shogi from Go. And I learned how the pieces moved. And then it wasn't until the COVID lockdown, where I was like, what am I going to do? What I'm home. What kind of hobby am I going to do? And I remember I used to play shogi. What's going on with that? And then the rest is sort of history. Since NinWorld, you say that since Hidechi releases one video with 81 Dojo update, you hope you will do some educational shogi videos. That'd be a cool comeback. Yeah, I think it would be. I think. We'll see. The proof will be in the pudding. But like, so many of his changes to 81 Dojo seem to be geared towards the Japanese audience. And like, they're very half-baked in the English language. Some of his layout changes and his button changes and things like that, they're very half-baked in English. So the localization, I think, he's focused on Japanese, which makes sense, because Shogi Club 20, he's trying to capture that Shogi Club 24 audience. So anyway, hopefully he will do some stuff, but like, it would be nice if he did more. Since I think his videos have, his shogi content probably has more views than any other English language shogi content. I think it's probably safe to say. it would be nice to see him come back, but at the same time, I want someone else. I want someone who's focused on the West, kind of thing. Like, it would be nice to, it would be very nice to have more content, of course. But I would like to see someone else take the baton. Like, not that I'm calling someone to do something, but like, we've got a chess grandmaster, a former chess world champion, not former chess champions never become former; they always remain. But an under 18 world champion of chess who is now a 5-dan on 81 Dojo, a very strong shogi player. We have some homegrown shogi talent. I would like to see more of that kind of stuff. For me, to my tastes. Like, I would love to see and I would love to run events for shogi player, Western shogi, or any shogi player. It doesn't matter if you're from Japan or you're in the West, but streamed internet events where we can compete, or people can compete and do stuff. The thing is, the end game of the shogi content stuff, I realize, and gosh, I pray, it's not me. Like, I'm just some goofball who isn't very good at the game and isn't a great communicator and isn't all that interesting himself. I'm just doing it because no one else is doing it. I would love to see like a John Bartholomew. I would love to see I want to see like really compelling shogi people out there doing stuff, and so I can watch it. But anyway, Setting Bros, hello. You say that you thought about when I found you thought about me when you found this guy. What guy? Oh, the 75 years old. He plays Torizashi and Urashino Ryu. So there's a guy on YouTube who's a relatively new streamer, a YouTuber, who's an old guy. He's in his 70s, but I didn't think he played Urashino Ryu or Torizashi. And Urashino Sensei, I believe, is around my age, so he's not 75 years old. I'll just point out I'm not 75 years old. Benjamin Shuit, you say, if you upload, there's a possibility Shogi Dad watches every day. There's a possibility. There definitely is. If I get commentated games, even if it's not the openings I play, I think I would watch. It depends on the quality, of course, production value and stuff like that. You say that the rook is just a 5x5 grid. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's so bad. It's laughable. It's absolutely laughable how bad these pieces are. Yeah. You say that JSA, if you have a dream, JSA is a crusher. It's true. It's true. They need to find sponsors. Yeah. Adriana Shogi says, well, doesn't FIDE do the same thing with the World Championship? Well, the World Championship, no, the World Championship is an event. It's a 2-week event. It's every 2 years. It's special. It's a special event. It's every 2 years, and it is 2 weeks of continuous games with 1 or 2 day breaks. They are playing long games every single day except for 1 or 2 breaks, and it's amazing. It's amazing, especially because there is so much variety in the chess world. The types of content or the types of events that you have in the chess world run the gamut from, Bullet Championship to the Speed Chess Championship to Title Tuesday to Vaikanze to the World. They have so much that I say very slow. I mean, the Chess World Championship is is Blitz compared to the Meijin. You know, it's like a Blitz tournament compared to the Shogi Meijin tournament. But like, you get a slow event and it still gets tons of excitement because every event isn't a slow event and it's a dedicated event. The Shogi titles and like the Shogi Pro Exam, it's not a dedicated event. It's this boring, long drawn out event over months or weeks. And I think it just doesn't work. I proposed, what was it, a couple months ago? I proposed when Fukuma was pleading her case for changes to the ladies' schedule, for pregnancy and things like that. I floated my solution. I gave my solution for how the Joryu, how the JSA, the ladies JSA should change. I gave I thought about it, I dreamt about it, and then the next day I streamed about it. I gave my thoughts on what I think they should do. And most of it involves around lowering the number of titles and changing the titles to weekend events or 2-week events or actual dedicated events. That way it would be so much more flexible. Yearly scheduled events, it'd be so much more flexible for people to go have kids and come back, to do this stuff like that with padded windows for the supreme events like the Meijin or the Hakurai. The premium events could still maintain their sort of cultural thing, but there would be flexibility in it because the other titles and the other events would be wrapped up into consumable entities. But anyway, I talked about that, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but like, the FIDE gets grief, but I think the World Championship is amazing. I think the Rapid and Blitz World Championship is one of my favorite events of the entire year, of any game, of any sport. I love it, and I think FIDE does a great job there. So like, there's none of that in the Shogi world that I'm aware of. Like, it's all drawn out and it's too slow. Chos, you say, in your opinion, the problem is JSA doesn't have any business origin primary director. The players are good, but it doesn't mean they are skillful in business. Yeah. So this is something that's very strange to me. And I wondered if it worked. So, and I think it's for historical reasons, I think it evolved that way, where like, it doesn't make sense to me necessarily to have a player as the president or as the person who runs the organization. But at the same time, the JSA is like, it's a guild type system, if I'm understanding this correctly, where, the JSA has the responsibility to its players to support them financially. So it's like the traveling circus in a way, where, the players are all the circus members, and the circus has to pay every one of them. The chess world is different. The chess world, anyone can become a professional. Anyone can become a grandmaster. It's wide open and it's beautiful. But there is no organization paying them. So it's like, if you want to become a chess professional, well, you better win your games, or you better coach, or you better make content, or you better do commentary, or you better get a job, kind of thing. And each side has its pluses and minuses, but the JSA side is both more limiting, less engaging, and it feels more prone to just being destroyed. Like, what happens if the JSA just goes under? Does professional shogi just die? Like, if FIDE goes out of business, people would be rejoicing in the streets. If FIDE no longer exists tomorrow, people would be rejoicing on Twitter. And professional chess would go on just fine. Maybe arguably better. Some people would argue better. Some people would argue worse. But it would be going on. It would continue without a problem. If the JSA goes away, the professional shogi world is probably in shambles, if not dead. Like that, it's tough. So it's like a lot of things in the world, like a lot of business, they're trade-offs. They're trade-offs. And I just think the JSA's trade-offs might have made sense in a past time, but they're burying themselves. Like they're burying themselves. Yeah, I didn't show you say the only reason Hidechi's videos have the most is because they were the only one the whole time. Yeah. So I've said before, and this is not criticism. This is not me being. This is not a hot take. This is not anything. I respect everything Hidechi and any content creator does in shogi. But like Hidechi's content is not for me. There are not a million, but there are many Western shogi players who came to the game and learned the game through Hidechi, and they are grateful for him, and I'm grateful for him because they got their fix. His content is not for me. It didn't engage. I think I had too high a bar. Coming from the chess content watching world, I think my bar was just too high, and my minimum bar was just too high. So the old Hidechi videos, I literally cannot watch them. The audio quality is not. I can barely make out what's being said. The video quality is so low. Because they're so old. Before we had higher resolution. I am not a Hidechi video watcher. I love Hidechi. I love everything he has done for the shogi world. He's done 81 Dojo. He's done more than almost anyone in the world. So this is not a criticism. I'm just saying, for me, his chess content didn't do anything. But that's also important. That's why it's so important to have more than one or two or three content creators, because not everyone responds to the same people. Like, some people respond to Gotham Chess. Many people obviously respond to Gotham Chess. Some people hate Gotham Chess and they respond to Chess Network. Some people don't like either or don't really respond to either, but they responded to Daniel Naroditsky. Others love the chess bras. Others want to see a female face, so they might watch someone else. The chess world has the chess world has content creators for every personality. The shogi world doesn't. The shogi world just doesn't. And so if you don't like the two or the three, if you don't gel with the two or three shogi content creators that have put out a lot of videos, you're out of luck. You're out of luck. There's nothing for you. And so, that's why it's so important, I think, to have many people doing this stuff. But, yeah. BMD Ayaka saying, I am still young. Sure I am. Yes, I'm very young. I'm not in my 70s. I'm not in my 70s. Let me switch over quickly to Twitch, because I'm going between Twitch and YouTube, and I'm trying so hard to keep up, and I'm failing. Spinal Tap, good to see you. If you're still here, like I said, there are no timestamps on these chats, so I have no idea when these came in. You say you're sad. You lost in the market again on a Friday. You got to stop trading on Friday. That's a good. Unless you're collecting your gains. Maybe that's a good idea, so that you don't feel bad through the weekend. I don't know. I have a very long view on trading and stock, so I don't get necessarily affected too much by it. But I'm not a day trader, or I'm not doing that kind of stuff. So good luck for you. You'll be fine. Oh, 2 weeks in a row, it ruined all your gains for the week. Oof, oof. Koshiro, you say I give myself too little credit. That you say we love your content. Well, thank you. I don't know if I agree that people love the content. I think, and this is, I take what I can. But I think a lot of people just listen. I think a lot of people just are here because there is literally nothing else. And I welcome people like that. Like I said, I know that my personality or my face or my head or my lack of ability or my lack of ability to teach or I am not for everybody. Just like Hidechi wasn't for me, I am not for a lot of people. And that's fine. Like that's natural. Like I don't that's totally fine. I'm glad that I can do something to give people some shogi stuff to watch. Because like I said, one of the goals when I started this was, and I say this, of course, I say this as someone who has literally just talked for the past 3.5 hours. So for the past 3.5 hours, I have been talking and not playing. But I wanted to put shogi out there as a game that people play, because I see how people react in real life when they see us playing, and they get, they see us playing, they see us interested, and they get excited about it. I want to see that kind of content in the shogi world. I want to see people playing, and I think other people want to see people playing. As much as I like educational videos and game reviews and Tsume Shogi, which I do Tsume Shogi on stream, but as much as I do sort of like that kind of stuff, I think for me, and I think for most people, the primo content is playing, is streaming played games. And we don't have enough players of a strong level who stream their games and talk about their games. That's why, when we get it, I want to support it. So anyway. Danny Boy, you say you think my content is very down to earth and authentic. You wouldn't quit shogi if I stopped, but a lot of fun would dissipate in this lonely game for the Westerner if you weren't streaming. You wish that you were stronger so you could promote shogi better, but you're not even that talented at chess, which you played for a while. Well, if there's anything I've shown, is that we have right now, we have 28 people watching concurrently across Twitch and YouTube, which is not that much. But, to think what I'm about to say is that what I've proven is that you don't have to be so good in shogi. If you just like the game and you're consistent, you're going to have people watching. Like there are 28 people. It's mind-blowing to me. There are 28 people that are watching me talk about shogi, and I am not a very good player. Or are watching me play shogi, and I'm not a very good player. So I don't think this is because of me. What this tells me is that people really want shogi content. So I think people want it. And it's not because of me, because I'm not offering much. So this idea that if you were stronger, you could promote it better, maybe that's true, but don't let that stop you. Because when I started streaming, was I 4Q Shogi Wars or 3Q? I don't know. But regardless, I wasn't at the level I'm at now, and the level I'm at now is, especially when I'm streaming, is not that high. So it's tough. Shogi Father is peak second monitor content. I'm going to take that as the nicest compliment. So these past two messages, I'm going to take as some of the nicest compliments that I can be given. I aspire to being good second monitor content. that you don't care enough about it. It's not your most important thing, but it's there. Goshiro, you say that until today, you're not sure what people want to watch. I hear you. I hear you. I've been doing this now for over 2 years, almost every weekday. So on average, at least 5 days a week, I'd say, over the past, 2+ years. And I still don't know what people want. I still don't quite know what people react to. Sometimes it feels like people like watching me win. Sometimes it feels like people like watching me lose. When I try to put numbers on it, sometimes I think people like watching me talk. I think people like these. I don't know what it is that drives the numbers when I have these big discussions. Like, is it that people, because how do you know that I'm having one of these discussions versus playing? I don't know. Is it just that people check out the stream and then they stay if we're talking? I'm not sure. But sometimes it feels like when I'm talking, the numbers go way down. Sometimes. I am pretty sure that reviewing my games drives people away. So that's one thing that I'm pretty sure about, is that if I spend too much time reviewing on my own, and it's not review, so if I spend too much time like reviewing a game on my own, people seem to drift away. If Koshiro is in there, or I Dream of Shogi is in there, or NinWorld is in there, or somebody is, if somebody is guiding my post-game analysis, people seem to stay. But even at those heights, it seems people like watching playing more. So I don't know. So I don't actually know what it is that people like yet about the channel. Because on YouTube, I worry about streams like this where there's playing and then there's long discussion, because my YouTube viewer base is, believe it or not, primarily Japanese. So a lot of that viewership of my YouTube channel are Japanese players or Japanese watchers. And obviously, I don't know what they want. I think a lot of them want to hear, I speculate because some people have told me this, is that a lot of them, they want to improve their English or listen to English in the context of something that they know or are at least mildly interested in. So shogi is that. Shogi is something they know of. They may not even play shogi, or they may not even love shogi, but they know shogi, but they're sort of listening. They're listening for the English. And also, apparently, there is this, there does appear, I've now, sometimes you don't know if you're influencing your recommendations, but I've seen enough videos now. It seems like there is a trend in Japan where Japanese people want to watch Westerners do traditionally Japanese things. It sounds like that's a new-ish trend, and maybe that's where some of my viewers are coming from. But in the old days, my number one viewer base was United States, and then it was Germany, and then it was Brazil. Now on YouTube, my viewer base is Japan, followed by the United States and Germany, and then followed underneath by Brazil. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. And Finland is in there. Finland is up there, is up on that list, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, it's those numbers to me, I can stare at them and sort of play around with them because they're kind of interesting. Adrian Shogi says, like, I bought the Menjo because Habu was president and Fuji was Meijin. If I would have, I bought the Menjo. Yeah, so I bought the Menjo as a prize for myself for achieving a goal, a personal goal, but also because Habu and Fuji are two historically important shogi figures. So you're right. It's not necessarily that I love either of them, but they are historically important. And not that I'm ever going to sell this Menjo certificate, but it feels more important to have them. For example, I've said this before, I could buy the 2Dan certificate now. I qualified on 81 Dojo. I've played enough games that I qualify to buy the 2Dan Menjo certificate. But I'm not going to buy it now. For a variety of reasons. But one of the reasons is because Habu's not going to be on there. It's just going to be Shimizu. So, it's that lowers the value proposition, I guess I should say. If I would have come across Hidechi 10 years ago, I would have liked it. Maybe. That's possible. No, when did I come across Hidechi? It was probably during the lockdown when I was trying to watch shogi content. Do I think educational elements in English is still needed? Yes. You say you want to know how auto translation function of YouTube helps. So if you're still there, auto translate of Japanese is the worst. It is almost useless. It's terrible. So when I watch shogi YouTubers, I watch Urashino Ryu channel, I watch Urashino Sensei, I do not even turn on the auto translate. I don't turn on the dubbing of it. It's worthless. It is so bad. So yes, I watch if I'm in bed with Urashino Ryu channel. I watch, and I sometimes, if my wife is there, I won't have the sound on, and I'll just be watching the games. I have learned so much from his videos just by sheer rote of just watching so many. I have watched hundreds to thousands, I'd say. Thousands, maybe. I've watched at least many hundreds of Urashino Ryu channel games. And I don't understand a single word he says. So, if he's explaining his moves, it means nothing to me. So just imagine how useful they would be if I can understand. We don't have many English books. We need English books. We need English videos. We need English, not software, but software that has like a Chessable, some sorts of improved software to learn. Rai is here for Shogi Dad's looks. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, most people are. Yeah, it's just for my looks. Yeah, I'm not. I was going to say something from the chess world, but I'm not going to say it. Everyone's here for my. Yeah, it's all about the looks. Setting Bros. Oh, you're Swedish living in Japan, so you misrepresent. Okay. So what if that's actually it? What if? Excuse me. What if all those Japanese numbers, that my number one viewing audience in YouTube, what if it's actually just Swedish people living in Japan? I'm going to show you say, but would you have bought it now when Shimizu is president? Oh yeah. So I already addressed this. Yeah. I would not buy it. Not only would I not buy it, I am not buying it. I qualify to buy the 2Dan certificate on Shogi on via 81 Dojo, and I'm not buying it in large part because it's Shimizu. but also in large part because I think that company is not to be trusted and not to be supported. The way they take so long to ship these, and the way they do not communicate, and they do not give any expectation for time frame, in the way recently that they have completely sort of shrugged off responsibility with difficulties in shipping, it is deplorable. I think the business practice of that Menjo certificate company is their business practices are really that they are something to be critical of. I am so disappointed by this. Is the only Japanese company that I have ever done business with that I feel is not at the ultimate peak of I don't know, the peak of ethics and morality and goodwill, and like every interact. I've not that I buy much from Japan, but I have bought from more than a handful of Japanese companies and Japanese individual sellers, and they have been among my greatest consumer experiences of my life. This Menjo certificate is some of the worst. Some of the worst and the laziest and the least considerate. It's a terrible transaction. And I don't recommend it to anyone anymore. I do not recommend the Menjo certificates anymore because of some of the experiences. I'm in a somewhat unique position in that, people will be willing to message me privately and tell me about problems, versus like just putting it on the internet or like putting it to the Shogi Harbor Discord. So people appear to be more than willing to message me and sort of talk about their problems. And I have had more than my share of people messaging me about difficulties with their Menjo certificates, whether it's their Q certificate, which should be so fast, Q certificates or Dan certificates. I feel like I have a somewhat informed I have a somewhat informed position on these Menjo certificates, and if you think it's bad out there from Menjo buyers based on what you've seen on Shogi Harbor Discord, you have no idea. It is real bad. It's the way customers are being treated is terrible. If you speak English, I don't know if this Menjo certificate company is better for Japanese customers, but if you write an email in English, you're going to be ignored. If you send them your hundreds of dollars for this certificate, plus ludicrous amounts of money to ship, you send them this, you won't even get the dignity of a response saying, "We received your message." You won't even get that. You will get silence from them. And you will get no indication that anything has to be done. Anything is going to be done. And you may not even get your Menjo certificate. I know someone who is 1.5 years waiting for his Menjo certificate. 1.5 years. I don't know this person. This is an internet person. So it's possible that they're lying to me. But like every month, I get like a message saying, still haven't gotten it. And like all I can do is commiserate because I was lucky to get mine. I was lucky to get mine. But like, it's crazy. It's crazy. For something so premium priced and for something of so little material value, obviously a signature from Fuji and a signature from Habu they have value, obviously. But the premium price of these Menjo certificates in proportion to their actual material value is is crazy. And the way they treat their customers is terrible. So anyway, I don't want to talk about that too much. Obviously, I feel very strongly about this. Obviously, I feel very strongly about it. And I'm so disappointed by that whole Menjo thing because it's free money. I think that's also the thing that bothers me about it. I said I was going to stop, but I'm still going. But it's free money for them. They offer for a really expensive price a piece of paper with some calligraphy on it. And they can't deliver these. They can't deliver. It's free money. Like if they were efficient in doing this, they could, as someone who cares about business, like they could be selling more of these Menjo certificates. I would have bought another Menjo certificate from them. I would have bought that. Like I would buy a Tudon certificate and try to hang it up here. I would definitely do that. But like, no way now. They've completely lost me as a customer. And it's unfortunate. And also just the little things like, I would love to buy the Menjo certificate with the frame. I would love to buy it framed. And I thought you could do that because I had gone to their site, when I bought these. But when I actually looked at it, it's like, no, you could buy you buy your certificate and then they show you the photos of the frame. And it's like, okay, if you want to buy this frame, go to this other company. So you've got to go to this other company. So not only can you not buy your Menjo certificate framed, you cannot even buy them together. So you've got to pay for your Menjo certificate on this. You've got to pay for your Menjo certificate, and you've got to pay an exorbitant shipping price on this one jank site. The website is barely trustable as an internet commerce site. It's so jank. So you get that, and then you've got to go to another completely jank, different site to buy the frame, and presumably pay another exorbitant cost for shipping that frame. So it's like it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing how bad. To me, it's mind blowing that they have this business and they run it so poorly. So it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Obviously, I'm frustrated. I'm going to stop talking about Menjo certificates. I'm going to stop talking about my favorite. Menjo certificates are my favorite topic to hate talking about. I hate talking about these Menjo certificates because I get so mad. And if I need water. My voice is so dry. My mouth is so dry. Rai, you say that. So wait. So scrolling back up. Adrian Shogi saying it's not that bad. It's Japanese. So you say it's not bad at Japanese. It's bad at translating the context of shogi. So I disagree. I used to agree with this. Because I just assumed, I assume I assume that you're correct because you know about these things. But I think this might be a case where you know Japanese, so you don't realize how bad it is. I have watched some Japanese auto-translated commentaries on things that are not shogi. And it's terrible. It's also terrible. It's better in that most of the time it's not completely outlandish and ludicrous. Like shogi auto-translate is ludicrously bad. But this other non-shogi stuff, like news or other things, news or some discussion of memes or things like that. Maybe these are all have their own lingo, but almost undecipherable. In my experience, Japanese auto-translate, even for non-shogi stuff, is almost undecipherable. So I don't know. I might just be getting bad luck on the topics I'm choosing to watch, but I think Japanese auto-translate is just universally bad. and Shogi is just unusable. But like I've said before, when I watch Koshiro's streams, Shogi Brazil, when I watch that YouTube channel, those videos are in Portuguese and they're Shogi. They're Portuguese Shogi. I watch those in auto-translate. I totally understand what he's saying. You know, they're totally usable. You know, they're not perfect. You know, they're not great translations, but I know, I understand. You know, it's usable. It's usable. Right, you say, wait, Chose again. Japanese spectators will be proud when foreign people play shogi. As a Japanese culture origin game, it's more like nature than trend. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't know if it was a trend, it seemed like it was a trend, maybe because I'm just seeing, maybe it feels like a trend to me because I'm only getting my first experience in it now, but it's always been that way. It makes sense. It makes sense. And then Rai, you also think that it helps Japanese people since my English is clear and very understandable. Oh, thank you. I think I have a lot of Midwest speech patterns that I'm trying to. I'm not trying to clear them out, but now that I've gone for 2+ years of listening to my own content, there's a lot of stuttering that I do that I did not realize I did. And I don't know if I do them in person as much, but I have a lot of speech mannerisms that I think are not ideal, especially for streaming or for communication with people who are not native speakers. So it's interesting to me to hear that you say that. And I thank you. Believe it or not, I am working on it. So the podcast in particular has really made me just double my efforts at being a more clear speaker who doesn't repeat himself so often and is not stuttering over words. I think one of my major problems is that when I get to talking about a subject that I am passionate about or I'm interested in, I start speaking faster and louder. I'm a nerd. I think this is very common among computer nerds from what I can tell, from my experience, is that a lot of us, once we start getting really into a discussion or passionate, we start speaking louder and to the point almost of yelling. We start speaking louder and faster. And so I worry about that often. So I make a deliberate effort here. I'm making a deliberate effort. I don't think I've even made the first step to becoming a better speaker. But the thing that I am trying to do, especially, is when I have a guest on the podcast, I want to be able to present the guest in the best possible light without having me just blundering over words and stuttering and speaking over them. So you may not be able to tell, because I think I'm still very far from nailing this. And the next interview I do, I hope is going to be better. But every interview I think is maybe getting better. But the audio levels are something that I struggle with, because I think sometimes, like when I test audio levels with the guest before the stream, we're both speaking at a certain rate and a certain volume. And so just behind the scenes, if you haven't been interviewed, you may not know this, but when we do a Shogi in the West podcast episode, I'll start recording. I'll do a bit of I'll talk, the guest will talk, we'll talk over each other. And then I will stop recording and I'll listen to it just to check the levels, to make sure that the levels are even. But then inevitably what has happened is that during these interviews, my voice starts getting louder and theirs start getting softer. And I think some of that is that when I get excited, I start talking louder. When I'm getting, I don't know if it comes across in the videos, but when I am doing an interview, I love talking about Shogi. If it's not already obvious, I love talking about Shogi. And the only thing I love talking about Shogi, the only thing that I love more in the Shogi world about talking about Shogi is talking with someone else about Shogi. So it's like my volume starts going up, and I think theirs may start going down. So because I have my mic right here, so if I'm leaning forward and I'm increasing my volume, I'm getting closer to the mic and I'm speaking louder. But I think the guests often, when we're testing the volume, they might be like right up into their mic because they're testing. But as the stream goes on, they may be shifting in their chair and now they're further from the mic. And so, they may be thinking, or they may not, they may not be as accustomed to speaking on stream. So their voice may start going lower. So we get this balance of me talking too loudly. And then sometimes when I'm interviewing someone, when I'm talking and I'm into it, and this kills me when I re-listen to this, I hate this, is the guest starts talking about something else. But I start at this, if we both start at the same time, sometimes I will actually not hear the guest. So I'll just keep going because I didn't hear them start because my voice is so loud in my ears. So like, it's tough. It's tough. I am working on it. So I am really working on it. And I think I have, especially for this next one, I have other ideas of how to improve. So anyway, sorry to digress there. Chos, you're going to make an educational video in English. Oh, so Chos's channel is awesome. Before he came to this stream, I was a viewer of his channel. And I didn't know. So I didn't know. So before he came here, I have watched his videos and I'm trying to, here it is. Here is his channel. And I'll put this into Twitch as well. Chos is, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think 5 Dan on Shogi Wars. So a godlike player, as far as I'm concerned, a god of the game. And I have actually watched his videos. We speak about auto-translate being bad. Or I speak of it being bad. I have watched some of his videos. The videos I watched were auto-translated, and I think I got the gist of some of them. But it's rough. The video in particular that I watched that got me into his channel that I was recommended, I think it was a video about how to overcome a plateau or something like that. A player. I'm looking through my history to see the videos I've watched. Okay, here's one of them. The translated title is Videos to Help Those Struggling with the Wall of Shogi, ... So it's like that's like the plateau one. There's another one here. I want to throw it away by the time I reach the second Dan level 5. I think this was about progress in Shogi. So I think I've been, and 3 moves you never play at first glance. So I think I've been recommended these videos based on, YouTube is good. YouTube, I think these recommendations are incredible. These are videos about overcoming plateaus, about improving at the lower levels, and they recommended them to me. And I got something out of them with auto-translate. Obviously, a lot of it is going to be nonsense. A lot of the auto-translate is going to be nonsense. But check it out. And I would love to see an actual English video from Chos. Benjamin, you said, who needs them Fuji sign when you can have Benjamins? Yeah, that's true. I like that it's Benjamins. So Benjamins for you, also Benjamins as slang for money. The heart rate monitor should be on when I talk about shogi. Yeah, I'm curious. When I was talking about the Menjo, was my heart rate going? Oh, the heart rate monitor's not on. I'm wearing it. I'm wearing it. It's just not showing up on the stream. We have this chess stuff on the stream. We have chess on the stream. So let me put some shogi on while we're talking here. Let's I don't know what to do. I'll open a game. And I'll just have this game going. Which one will show more text? This will show more text. It's a little harder to read, but anyway. So I'll have some shogi going on in the background. We've had 2.5 hours or 3 hours maybe of talk with the Speed Chess Championship on in the background. And now we have the heart rate monitor. You say we can bring it up with the JSA pros at the tournament. Wait, bring up what? The Menjo certificates or the excitement of broadcasted shogi? So the thing is, Nozuki Sensei was he is the Abema representative. He's like the content creator, content director, or something like that, or content advisor of Abema, which is they run the best tournaments in the business as far as I'm concerned for shogi. And so the problem there was I discussed this kind of stuff a little bit with him on Thursday night of the 2025 Shogi Championship. So you wouldn't have been at this one. This was an exclusive event for Northern California for the SF Shogi Club. Basically, it was we had at one of the SF Shogi Club leaders' homes. We had a beautiful dinner and beautiful drinks and people were playing games, and Nozuki Sensei and Watanabe Sensei and Ishikawa Sensei, Ishikawa 7-dan, Watanabe ladies pro 4-dan. So not Akira, not Melkor's Ishikawa. It was Ishikawa 7-dan, and then Nozuki, I think is he 6-dan or is he 8-dan? I don't know. But my understanding is that he is the Abema content director or content advisor, and Abema is the people that do that team that speed the Fisher tournament, and it's awesome. And it could be so much better. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's awesome for what we get. It could be better. Hello over on YouTube. I don't remember. Is it Kaku Gaku Shogi? Or Gaku Kaku Shogi? I can't remember, but hello. But what was I saying about Nozuki? So he's there. I struggled to communicate very well with him. I'm not sure how comfortable he is in English. So I felt like I couldn't have a very deep conversation with him. But so you say it's about the Menjo. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It seems to me like, the unsung hero of the Western Menjo certificate world is Carolina, as usual, because I think at least she has tried to help some people out, like to at least get answers. I know when I think it was when my 3Q, I have a 3Q Menjo and I have a Shodan Menjo. I think when the 3Q one was delayed, I think it was, she got involved to at least get them to give an answer saying that it's delayed. So in some way, I think she has been an intermediary for some people trying to deal with their Menjo certificates. And it's ridiculous to me, it's ridiculous that it comes to that she has to get involved. But, maybe that's just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to make that better, because it seems like, to me, maybe I'm a little too defeatist in this, but like, to me, if a company has bad business practices, it's a company culture problem, and you can't you can't often shame companies into doing the right thing, or so it's tough. It's a tough problem. So anyway, let me see. Setting Bros, you say the translation is fine, but the voice is anger-inducing. Oh, I don't mind the dubbed voice, the auto dub. You're talking about auto dubs. I don't mind the auto dubbed voice, but it's saying nonsensical things, Gilmar, you're saying Japanese is basically gibberish without context, and it's impossible to auto-translate context. Is that true? Why would that be? Why would that be? Is it like an episode of Star Trek where Japanese is still words, it's still words and grammars, right? It's not like Japanese people don't speak in allegory, do they? Or maybe they do. Because it seems like a lot of times these auto translates, they're talking about magical quests and things like that. And sometimes when I hear these translations or read these translations, I wonder, is Japanese like Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, if anyone is familiar with Star Trek The Next Generation? Are Japanese people actually communicating via references, words and references, more than they would in English? In English, though, we do that too. In English, a lot of times, we do use phrases that are references to situations that someone would know, like Romeo and Juliet, or stuff like that. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but maybe in Japanese they speak more of those. Todafsu, you say, well, I'm learning Japanese, but I am at such a low level. I'm at the low level where I'm still very much at trying to read the characters and getting basic vocabulary. I'm not in any way in the level where I'd be able to read or communicate. Is the Pope Catholic? Yeah. Yeah. If we say, if I say, is Sente winning this game? And you say, is the Pope Catholic? Auto-translate for a Japanese person trying to understand this English would probably make no sense. But that's probably, I'm guessing that's what auto-translate is doing with some of these Japanese phrases. It's I'll be watching, the player will move his silver to 7-3, and the auto-translate's the wizard brushes up against the robe, and it's what? The wizard brushes up against the robe, and then I think, well, is that a saying? Is that just is that a colloquial? Is that a saying in Japanese? The wizard walking up against the robe. Does that mean something? Does that mean someone sneaking into the territory, or stuff like that? I don't know. I don't know enough Japanese to know. But all I know is that Japanese auto-translate, in my experience, is nigh on unusable. But Chos's videos, to be fair, I was able to get something out of. JSA would need to decide to switch vendors. Yeah, or just, I don't know. The fact also, not even to talk about the business practices, but the fact that it's two separate businesses running the Menjo and selling a frame. To me, it's just, it's crazy. It's so annoying. I would love to be able to order the Menjo in one place and have when the package arrives at my door, it is a perfectly framed Menjo certificate. So my Menjo that I got, which is what I would get, even if I bought a frame, this is how it would arrive. It's folded. It is folded. So I would love to have, obviously, if I lay it out maybe, and I put it in a frame, maybe those folds would gradually go away over time. But I would love to get my mental certificate framed, unfolded, so that there's no fold. So I don't have to put it in. I don't have to defold it. It would be nice. It would be nice. But, that's just another consideration here that I didn't mention earlier, that like, not only when you buy the mental certificate and the frame, you have to do it through 2 separate companies, through 2 separate processes. You have to double pay your shipping. You have to pay shipping once for each of these things. You don't get them. You may not receive them at the same time. And you have to frame it yourself. And the mental certificate will be folded. And you run the risk yourself of damaging this thing. So, it actually just keeps getting, this whole process just keeps getting worse. And it's bizarre because, as an American, I'm so accustomed to companies trying, culturally, companies trying to get you to buy things, companies trying to make you happy with your purchases so that you buy more. It's so foreign to me that this mental process is so actively hostile to the consumer. It almost is like, it's almost like they hate me and they are doing me a favor to let me give them my money. It feels so hostile. It's bizarre. But now I'm talking about the Menjo certificate again. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Now I'm talking about the Menjo. So Japanese drops the subject a bunch, so you lose the main topic of the sentence half the time, and the translator just comes up with random stuff. Okay. The whole point of modern LLMs is they can hold a ton of information in context. Yeah. So like, for anyone who doesn't know, I Dream of Shogi whipped up a Chat GPT Shogi translator, and it was way better than anything I have ever seen in terms of translating Shogi. And that's just, that's just I Dream of Shogi doing it in a short amount of time. Just imagine if he was dedicated to it. Well, you say it makes sense in the context of them being a monopoly and having no competition. Yeah, but don't they want more money? Like that's the thing. That's the thing that I find myself. I think this is one of the cultural things that I chalk up to being cultural. That every interaction I have with shogi and companies that are and shogi and money, my question, I'm always incredulous. Like, don't they want my money? Like, thinking of the examples, there is an in-cloud shogi engine and a Kifu viewer in shogi engine called Kento Shogi. They popped up the payment here, so you can use it for free, but if you pay, you can do more games, you can evaluate more moves, you can do more variations, a bunch of things if you pay for this. And they charge 500 yen a month for this service. So you can have your shogi engine running in the cloud. So it's perfect for handhelds. It looks nice. It's a real nice piece of software as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't have all that much. It's missing a lot of features, but it's a really nice, polished, you could see here, beautiful piece of software. How is this showing up on stream? Okay, it's showing up okay. So let me switch over here. I mean, you get the gist, but this is it. Really nice. So what is 4 years ago or 5 years ago Shogi Dad do? I see shogi software that I like. I see shogi software that I want to support. So I start paying. My monthly 500 yen for the use of this app. I put my Kifus into it. I do review. I don't have to run my CPU all the time. Here in California, running CPUs hot is expensive, as I found out when I ran my Shogi, nodes. I use this. I had a question about the product. I send them a message on Twitter. They're on Twitter. They have a direct message. I think they may have another way to contact them. I send a direct message to them in English, and then auto-translated by Google Translate. So I send them the message. And I mentioned that I am a paying customer, and they could see that I'm a paying customer because the accounts are tied. Your Twitter account, you can, at least you used to be able to log into this with your Twitter account. So they can see that I'm a paying customer. I see that they're active because they tweet and they respond to tweets. I send them a message. I'm a paying customer. Do I get a response? Nope. All right. I chalk it up to just a bad week. I run into another problem, maybe in a future month. So I'm still paying for the software. I'm still enjoying it. I'm paying for this software to support Shogi software. I'm trying to do my part. I ask another basic question, like a very basic question. Do I get a response? Nope. No response. And I'm like, okay. All right, I'm done. I stopped paying. They don't want my money. There's another person. I think this person's actually in the United States. So he's Japanese, but he's in the United States. So maybe it's not fair to say, it's just a Japanese company thing. But what is the project? It's the Shogi Playground. It's like the Mojo project, Mog project. This thing. He mentions that he takes like PayPal donations. I use this. I think this is a really nice piece of software. It's being developed. It's software that's being developed. I think it's useful. I say to myself, I'm working. I've got money to support the things that I like. I'm going to donate. So I start, I think $5 or whatever. I donate. At some point, I think I send an email asking like, are there any, I don't remember. I think I was asking like, are there any plans to add engine support? It's just a basic question. And obviously I'll say first that I am not of the opinion that donating money to someone entitles you to a response and entitles you to like attention, like whether it's a streamer or whatever. Like you pay your $5 or whatever, you're not entitled to a response. But as someone who has sold software directly to consumers and streams and has done things where people give you money for things that you do, it's very important to me that I respond to people. If someone is giving me some of their hard-earned money for, say, a piece of software that I wrote, and if they ask a question, like especially one that's easily answerable, like, are you going to add high scores to this, or something like that, I'm going to respond. This guy did not respond. I've sent this guy. So I think I probably donated maybe 2 months worth of donations to this. I think I've emailed 2 questions to this person. Did he respond? Nope, not to either one of them. So I stopped donating. It's like, he doesn't want my money. Okay. Shogi Club 24. They had that engine analysis. And they had advanced engine analysis. When you finish a game, Shogi Club 24 nicely showed that engine, eval bar, the graph, but you could actually pay them to be able to do more, to do more variations. Using auto translate, I saw some of the features. You can do more, and I thought, you know what, this is great. This is great. This is Shogi Club 24. This is a site that I like. They are adding features that I believe in and I will get use out of. I'll pay them for this. I'll pay them a monthly fee. I'll gladly pay them a monthly fee, if only to support them. Do they have any way to pay them as someone living outside Japan? No. No. No way to pay them. Not a single way to pay them for that software outside of Japan. Heroes, I think, was the same. It's possible that they've added this it's possible they've added this in the past year or two. That Heroes Analytics, that Heroes Shogi Analytics, or Kishin Analytics. Shoot, I don't have the direct link. Anyway, I looked at that site. You can do analytics on through their webpage. Could you do it as someone outside Japan? Nope. Shogi Hiroki, YouTuber, great YouTuber, one of my favorites. I can't understand a word he says because he's speaking in Japanese, but I've watched a lot of his videos, and he's a fellow streamer, YouTuber, and I want to support him. He's a pro. I like what he does. He seems like a nice young man. I want to support him. He sells merch. I go to the merch. He's got a link. I go to the merch store. Can I buy outside of Japan? Nope. And I'm not necessarily faulting him. Like, I'm sure there are places in the world that my merch store won't sell to. So, this is I'm just listing all these areas where it's like, I want to give money to these Japanese shogi companies. They will not take it from me. They will not take it. Meanwhile, like, chess.com won't stop trying to get my money. They're bending over backwards to make it easy for me to pay them. They're Chessable, chess.com, fighting games. It's like, video game development. Like, they bend over backwards trying to make it easy for you to give them their money. It feels like the companies in the shogi world, they just don't care. And again, I guess maybe this is just cultural. Anyway, I've been ranting. Let me read a little. Gilmar, you say you never heard about Menjo before, and I'm making you hate these guys. And so that's the risk, is that I don't want to just hate. I don't want to hate for hate's sake. The internet has enough of that. The internet has enough talking about people doing things wrong. There's so much available, and I don't want to really contribute to that. But boy, these Menjo certificates, I feel strongly about them. I try so hard to, like, especially since in some ways, I'm in my own little way responsible for some people getting Menjos. Because I've had a couple Menjo unboxing streams, and people have told, like, some of these people who haven't gotten their Menjos or had problems getting their Menjos, they have told me that they got the Menjo because of the stream. Just like some people, to this day still tell me, I subscribe to Shogi Wars because of your streams. Yet Heroes and Shogi Wars won't even dignify my emails with a response. It's kind of annoying. But anyway, so I feel a little responsible for some of these Menjo problems that people are running into, because, if I wouldn't have shown these, and if I wouldn't have talked these things up, I think some people might not have made the mistake of buying one of them. So, like, I apologize. I generally, when people ask me about the Menjos, I feel in some way like responsible, and I'm apologetic. Like I feel when someone comes to me and they send me a direct message on Shogi on Discord, and they're like, I ordered a Menjo. I saw your Menjo unboxing, and I ordered, I ordered my 2Q Menjo certificate. Here's my last game. They'll show me their last game or something like that, and but I haven't gotten mine yet. How long does it usually take? Something like that, and I'll respond. But like, in some ways, I feel like I'm guilty here for recommending this, for selling this product to people. By virtue of me showing it, it's and talking it up, I'm selling it, and it so it hurts a little bit inside, and it makes me a little upset. Not at the person sending me I love getting the message, but like, it makes me upset that this company that's doing this company that is treating their customers so badly is abusing me as being like their spokesman here. That like I'm having to do this company's technical support because they won't answer their stinking emails. It wouldn't surprise me if Carolina felt the same way, because whatever small amount of people I have messaging me about this stuff, Carolina must have tons more that she has to deal with. Not has to deal with, but like deals with, because she wants to help the people in her community. So it's really annoying. Right. Yeah, you want to write some Shogi software so I can support you. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, just like Lee Shogi. Just don't get on my bad side. That's the thing. I am a vindictive customer. That said, so I support, I was making my $5 donations for a long time on Lee Shogi until they did one or two things that really bothered me. And then I stopped. But I've recently started again. So, with this recent update at this New Year's update, I've started giving the money again, because I think we need to support the people that are doing the work. It's we have so few people trying to do something in this world. I do show you say that you think this is a cultural thing, and is one of the top reasons why there are no startups in Japan. That's what I tell myself. I mean, I've when I was at Apple, I was working not directly, but I was in the vicinity of working with some of these Japanese companies. For example, the company that gives transit data. Transit. So I built the data. I built the data pipeline for the Apple Maps transit system, and so one of the big vendors was, obviously transit is incredibly important in Japan, and so it is one of the, if not the most important market for Apple Maps. Japan was one of the most important markets. And boy, this company, it was, they were very difficult to work with, very slow, they sent a CD, like a DVD, like they sent some stuff on DVD, and this is, keep in mind, this is like in the 2010s and 2020 time frame. They're sending stuff on optical media, and everything was a discussion. Everything was long and drawn out, and our procurement people really had to spend a lot of time working with them and getting something. I won't talk about some of the tech, but some very interesting, very old ways of doing things had to work with. So I think it is just, it's cultural, and it does explain, at least it's not a mystery to me about the lack of startups, because it seems like the mindset is just so different from the way it is here. Yeah, so despite having one of the richest VCs, Masa Son from SoftBank. Yeah. What was the big failure? The SoftBank investment, WeWork, or that's one of them. Chose, you ask, why don't they want to monetize it? You think everyone needs money when they start creating something? That was my thinking, especially for Kento, Like, this is a company. They're on Twitter. You know, it's a company or a guy trying to sell a product, and it's like, don't you want my money? I remember when I started out selling handheld software for Palm Pilots. When I you know, the first software I think that I sold direct to a consumer was handheld software for the Palm Pilot. And like, when I was getting my first orders in for that, you know, I basically, the order taker, you know, would send me an email. I'd get the order, and sometimes these people would message me or email me, not message, email. And I was so ecstatic and over the moon that people were willing to buy my software and ask me questions about my software, that like the least I could do was respond to their emails. Like, the very minimum that I could do is respond to their emails. But like, I'm paying these guys, you know, a monthly fee, and they won't even respond to really basic questions. So it's so all I can do is chalk it up to cultural differences. So you thought WeWork was a great product. They just tried to scale too fast, and then got wrecked by the lockdown. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know much about it. You know, I was working for the corporation. So let me switch back to Twitch here. I've been rambling and reading YouTube. Mako, you say, Dorowski says every word has multiple meanings. I'm assuming that's about Japanese. And then Mako, you say, that reminds you need to resume your TNG rewatch. You stopped at season 3 some months ago. Oh, well, if this is a rewatch, so you already know this. I'm speaking to the choir, probably preaching to the choir, but like, this is where it starts getting great, is season 3. So you have to start that again. Oh, you work out of a WeWork now? They're still in business? I did not realize that. Todowski said the frames being a separate frame seems like a Japanese business thing. A separate business, yeah. You got a teacup and some other items from overseas, and due to the tariffs chaos, it was a terrible experience. We're spoiled that Nintendo provides a positive experience. Well, so, you know, some of this stuff can be blamed on you know, the shipping difficulty, the modern day shipping difficulties. But a lot of this stuff is pre for me. These are problems that existed years ago. These are years ago, like before any of this was even an idea. So it really ticks me off when a company like this Menjo certificate company tries to blame existing conditions. It's like, oh, well, you know, our mail provider doesn't provide. It's like, well, find a different provider. Like, if somebody paid you $400 or $300 essentially for a piece of paper, and your job is to ship said piece of paper to the United States, and your current mail provider is having difficulties, whether self-imposed or imposed by someone else. If your current mail provider is having problems, you know what? Find a different mail provider. Go to FedEx. Go to literally anyone else, because you know what? It is not hard to ship stuff from Japan to the United States. I don't care what anyone tells you. It's not hard to do that. You might have to pay, but you know what? Those Menjo certificates already were extremely overpriced for their shipping. So it's like, suck it up, take the hit. You're a business. This is a $300 to $400 piece of paper that you're shipping. Find a way. Find a way. Don't just be like, you're an adult over. So Menjo, I'm talking directly to the Menjo certificate company. You are an adult. You're a grown adult. If you're having trouble shipping the product that someone already paid you $400 for, it's not an adult thing to just be like, nothing I can do. Actually, they don't even do that. The company doesn't even go like, nothing I can do. They just don't respond. They just don't do anything. They don't respond to the emails. They don't inform people. They don't put a note on the website saying that products are delayed. They don't have a way to look up the status of your order. They won't respond to emails about the status of your order. And so it's like, okay, what is that? That is I think that is just flat out dishonest, irresponsible, and unacceptable. And it's the fact that they would even blame anyone else for these problems, to me, is ludicrous. Ludicrous. Yeah, sudo's maintainer needs resources. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The world of open source software is interesting. There are plenty of memes on, the $1 trillion businesses of the world relying on, being propped up by one little piece of open source software written by a guy in Wisconsin or whatever. Yeah. Open source software is its own thing. I've lived that life. But I'm done with that. I'm very much done with that life. So it's Spinal Tap Test. You wonder if you can get a Menjo certificate from Uno. I wonder. Yeah, will they sell you one? Yeah, you get books from JP. Yeah, Amazon.jp in like 2 weeks. No problem. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. If you order from a reputable equipment place that uses FedEx, like Aoyama Goban, at least they used to use FedEx. You'll get that quickly, even now. I mean, there may be a delay now. You'll get it. You'll pay for it, but you'll get it. But the thing was, the thing with the Menjo that I keep harping on is that shipping price is extreme for a piece of paper. So don't tell me that you cannot ship that through FedEx. Don't tell me that you cannot change providers. Like, what kind of company takes orders, takes your money, and then the shipping provider that they use doesn't want to ship things? So the company is like, all right, I guess we're not shipping. Who does that? Who does that? I would lose sleep. I would lose sleep. As if I was running a business. So if again, to use the software analogy, if I was selling software and if I was selling software to somebody and they paid me. They paid me for software. And let's say that I was fulfilling my software directly over the internet. And let's say I was doing that. I wasn't, I was using a middleman to do the payments and stuff like that. But anyway, let's say someone paid me directly for software, and I had to ship them the software over the internet. And my ISP, my internet service provider, let's say it's AT&T. Let's say they raised my rates and then shut off my service. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I don't have to ship this software to the people who paid me. Like, is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? Of course not. Of course not. it's on me as the software provider to find a way to get the people their product. Like whether it's putting it on media and shipping it over the mail, or more likely just finding a different internet service provider. Like what's I honestly I don't get it. Like it seems, if I was just robbing people of their money, how do you? I mean, it's easy enough. Plenty of people are thieves and can sleep at night despite stealing things. But like, I just it's so unexpected to me because, like I said, every other like thing that I've bought over the internet outside of software, everything that I've bought, the Japanese experiences have been tremendous, like impeccable. Like these books, I actually, because Nekomato was out of these books, I bought these Edge Attack at a Glance books from a Japanese eBay seller who, you know, has a company. They sell a lot of things, so it's a company, and the care and attention that these books were shipped and packaged in, and with the amount of communication that he did to tell me about what was happening with this sale of these books was so good. I love these books because they're great books, but I extra love these books because the person who sold these books to me was such a great seller. Honestly, like, I am so fond of these because that person was such a great seller who shipped so lovingly. It was amazing to me. The same thing with Aoyama Gobanten. You know, my shogi equipment that I've bought from them, I love it so much because it's good shogi equipment, but I love it even more because he is such a responsive and thoughtful and careful packager, and he runs such a reputable business over in Shinjuku that I love the products even more because, you know, as good as these books were shipped, these Aoyama Gobanten shogi boards and pieces and things like that, each experience has just been mind-blowing how well it's been packaged. And he ships it with a little envelope with your name on it and signed, just showing like the bill, the what's in there. It feels in some ways like it feels like old world. It's like that old world feel of a loving, caring person selling things that he loves and cares about to people who are going to love and care about them. It's just, it's how in my dream world, it's how business is done. Like Aoyama Gobanten, in my dream world, this is how business is done. Yes, I would like his website to be a little easier to use, like so that I don't have to exchange emails with him to go back and forth of what the price is going to be. That would be nice. It would be an optimization. But regardless, my experience working with Aoyama Gobanten is so good. It's like, this is how it should be done. But then on the other hand, you have these Menjo certificates, which is how business should never be done. And it's really striking. Let's see. Yeah, the WeWork stuff, the WeWork CEO stuff. Yeah. NinWorld saying, and then the higher the rank, the more ridiculous the price gets. Yeah, the 4-dan diploma is 77,000 yen. And then with the shipping problems, it's real bad. Yeah, well, it's 77,000 yen just for the diploma, right? What's the 2-dan? The 2-dan certificate is... The 2-dan certificate is 40,000 yen. And then I can't remember how much the shipping is. Let's see if it'll show. Add to cart. To order. All right, so I'm not going to be able to see that. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. But I seem to remember mine was like $75 to ship. $75 to ship a paper, a paper envelope. It was packaged nicely, don't get me wrong. I was very impressed with the packaging. So that was nice. I was very impressed with how it came. Even though it was folded. I was impressed. And I like the product, but that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And as you get higher, yeah, 77,000 for Fordon is a lot of money. Let's exit this game and go to another game. Did this not refresh? How do I refresh? How do I refresh? Hidechi, please. How do I refresh? Is there no more refresh? There used to be a refresh button. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, okay. Yeah, there we go. Do I know any Japanese chess streams? I don't. The closest that I can think of in terms of proximity are the Vietnamese streams. Like Min Le being the primary Vietnamese streamer that I would watch. I used to watch him when he was an international master. You wonder what JSA's internal business contracts say and whose pay gets cut in the event of a problem. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe that no one's pay gets cut because they take our money. They take our money regardless. So no one's pay is actually getting cut. Yeah. They're cool. If you like this stuff, they're cool. Like I said, at the SF Shogi Club, one of the SF Shogi Club's leader at that party, he and his son both play, and they had a room with shogi boards and a go board, like with legs. The one of the really thick floorboards with legs was signed on the bottom by Habu. And they have Menjo certificates on the walls, and they have, awards and shogi trophies, and I think Go trophies, because I think the daughter mostly played Go, but the son mostly played shogi. The son and the dad, I think, mostly play shogi. But they're all, I think, high achievers in whatever they did. So it's really cool. It's really nice. I think. As conversation pieces, as art, as decoration. I really like this kind of stuff. The Menjo certificates, and they have a lot of pro autographs. So I have that Nishiyama one, that Nishiyama card that I got from the 2024 event. They have a lot of those. People who have been to their shogi pros who've been to their house. Stuff like that. It's really cool. I think it's really cool stuff. So it's such a shame. I don't mind there being a premium on these. Obviously, being signed by Sota by the two greatest humans who have ever lived, the two greatest shogi players. Like mine is signed by Fuji and Habu. The two greatest players who have ever lived have signed mine. I trust that they've signed him. I wholly trust that it's actually their signature. But I've got that. So there's value there. There is value there. But like this is a business transaction. Like, they're not doing me a favor by letting me pay them, hundreds of dollars for this thing. It's like, this is a transaction. You've got just like I paid on time, they need to deliver on time. And at least have the respect to answer emails. At least have the respect to answer an English email with at least, we received this, we don't speak English, orders are delayed. Like, at least respond. At least have the respect to respond. That would be funny if you stumble into the Japanese Shogi Dad, except his name is Chess Dad. Chesu Otosan. Otosan no Chesu. Yeah, with like 11 viewers talking about chess.com men's certificates. Hey, I also currently have 9 viewers over on YouTube. So let's get this straight. It's not just 11. Oh boy. Oh no, it's 8. It's showing 8 on Twitch right now. It's getting late. Boy, I have been I don't want to say it's all ranting, but I have been talking. I don't have any more water. I haven't had water for hours. I have been talking for the past 4 hours. This is going to do a number on my throat and my... Yeah, there was a point where I had over 30. There was a point where I had over 30 concurrent, which I was tracking. I was tracking gratefully. But this water... Keep in mind, I need to do a podcast tomorrow. Boy, I hope my voice is going to be all right. I think it will be. But yeah, it's 4:30. I'm going to be going out with my wife here to get some food, enjoy the rest of the day. So that is going to be it for me. But thank you, everybody. These were fun and frustrating conversations to have, but really fun. The day started off bad with me just blowing 3 games. Two games almost unlosable. A third game that I just blew. But starting off poorly on Shogi Wars, picked up on 81 Dojo. But the discussion was the really fun thing. Any spoilers for next week's episode? No spoilers. But I hope it'll be fun. I'm sure it will be. So anyway, you've already finished dinner. Yeah, I've been talking. I've definitely been going. So anyway, thank you everybody. I appreciate it. It's been a real fun week of Shogi. Despite these Shogi Wars 10-second games, just like Spinal Tap Chess saying that the Friday markets have been getting him down. My results on these Shogi Wars streams have been getting me down on Friday, have been getting me down a bit. Last Friday's was pretty good, so I don't want to paint it all with that brush, but it's tough. It's definitely tough. I need to get better. And that's the moral. So, but it was fun talking. Shogi's a great game. Enjoy your Shogi this weekend. Enjoy your weekend in general. Thank you for spending time with me, as always. Just I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It really does. It makes it so much fun. It's just wow. Look at this. Wait, why did he not take the lance? What's going on? Why did he not take the lance? Hold on. Why did he not take the lance? No. Because a bishop drop here? I see. Okay. I mean, the move came so fast, I thought it must have been a mistake. All right, anyway. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Coach. Thanks. I'll see you all later. Take care. Have a great night, great weekend, and I'll see you soon.